Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Town Hall. Welcome to Council Chambers. Thank you for coming to attend our Town Council meeting number 04-23 on February 28th. Pleasure to have you. Nice to see the room full of people. We will start by determining who is with us tonight. We have Councilor Fournier. Here. We have Councilor Lawrence. Here. Councilor Bradley. Here. Our Vice Chair, Councilor Egan. Here. Chair Pilch is here. And we also have online Councilor Pillsbury, who will, in a minute, tell us that he's here officially, but we can see his face up there on the screen. Are you here?
Present.
There we go.
Just gotta turn them up.
So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us here with Councilor Daniele excused for travel. Before we dig in, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next order of business is to waive the reading of the minutes from our last meeting, 03-23, held on February 7th.
So moved.
To accept
Second.
the minutes as printed. Thank you guys for that from Councilors Fournier and Lawrence, and thank you to our town clerk for taking such diligent minutes on a very, very long meeting with a voluminous amount of minutes, which were accurately captured. Any questions about the minutes? We've got to do roll call votes because we've got somebody on Zoom, so we'll go down the row here. Councilor Fournier?
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yes.
Councilor Bradley?
Yes.
Councilor Egan?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. And Councilor Pillsbury? Aye, okay. So that's 6-0 for the minutes. Next up, I have a couple of announcements. I think just two. One is that we have a new alternative response caseworker with our police department who started this week. Glenn Tatro? And he's already been busy. He has a stack of cases that he's been assisting us with, has already proven himself a great asset, not even 48 hours into his career with Freeport. I was at a police advisory committee meeting last night that he was due to attend, and he was too busy actually out in the field helping people, which is great. So he hit the ground running for sure. Really glad that we have him on board. And second, the Freeport Community Library is excited to participate in the Freeport Chocolate Festival with a special Spice Club. Swing by the library on Saturday, March 4th to take home and experience the fudgy, Oreo-like wonder of black cocoa powder. Grab-and-go kits will include black cocoa powder in a reusable glass jar and a little info kit with recipe suggestions for adults and kids alike. There will be 75 kits available in the lobby while supplies last. The grab-and-go is free and open to the public. There's also a show at the high school this weekend, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday matinee. They're the one act, 40-minute show. So great. I encourage you all to attend that. That's all I have for announcements. Anybody else have any announcements of stuff coming up?
Yeah, I'm going to make a couple of announcements about success at the high school, and I'm making it with the caveat that I probably am not getting it all. But I'd like to congratulate the girls hockey team on coming in as runner-up in the state championship for hockey. It was a spirited game. Nobody lost. The kids from Portland won. It was just spectacular victory. And then coming into town another night, I was met by the police cruiser and the RSU 5 bus that was bringing the state championship men and women's, boys and girls cross-country team home to victory. And there's something, it's unexpected, the pride you feel when your kids succeed. And I just wanted to take this moment to recognize them and congratulate them. I know there were other teams competing in contests at the state level. I just don't know the results. If others do, I'd encourage them to recognize them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other announcements?
Go Falcons.
Go Falcons. Next up is information exchange, which is our time to talk about stuff that's happened, anything going on in town that's relevant, boards and committee actions, items, updates. Anybody have any information to exchange? Counselor Bradley.
So, as part of the downtown visioning process, I'm involved loosely in, so to speak, with two committees. One is sewer and one is transportation, and I just want to report that both are working towards achieving the goals set out for them on the 17th. The sewer committee is developing a statement about who might qualify for the funding of connection fees according to them and to present to the council. And then the issue of a grant is in the process between Brett and Brent Bridges at Woodard and Curran for the grants that were identified. And again, everybody's been busy. This has been a very fast and furious week, so I don't have anything specific to report other than they have promised to report. So those are my two reports.
Other items of information exchange? Counselor Egan.
The Council's Social and Racial Equity Committee met earlier this month and is working on a schedule of some upcoming speakers to focus on the issue and context of equity in our community. There are also a number of other groups that are doing similar work, and so our goal is to also coordinate and dovetail with those groups so that we're not overlapping and booking the event on the same evening or something like that. So look for those events as they get scheduled, coming up a little bit later this spring and early summer. Also, the Housing Committee has met a couple of times and has another workshop tomorrow morning on Zoom, and will be coming forward in the month of March with some initial suggestions of some first steps that the council can take a look at for modest changes as we're going through our zoning rewrites and focusing on the downtown revision process that will identify and articulate some easy steps that the council can consider.
Counselor Bradley?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was struggling so hard to remember exactly what the sewer committee was doing. I forgot to say the transportation steering committee is developing a list of invitees to a meeting on the 24th at the community center to talk about people's interests in transportation in town, and to talk about how to go about retaining the consultant that the council agreed to fund. So anybody interested in transportation in the downtown, please contact me, Mary Davis, or Tawny about that, or Kathy Smith, and we'll steer you in the right direction and invite you to join us.
Counselor Pillsbury, just throw your hand up if you have something to add at any point. We'll try and keep an eye on it. So if that's all, I think we're under a town manager's report, which is our fifth order of business.
You had to
So-
stack the room today, of all
Had to
days,
stack the
huh?
room today. It's a very important day.
So, usually there's 2 or 3 people in the audience, but we've got 25, 30 people here in the audience. I've got something to report that is not news to the entire council or town staff or anybody that has read Southern Maine or Portsmouth area news for the past 2 weeks or week and a half, but I today officially handed my resignation out 5.5 weeks to the town council chair. I have officially accepted a position with the town of York, Maine, so I'm staying in Maine. That means I will have to leave my employment here in Freeport, unfortunately. So, well, I'll have a lot more sappy stuff to say in about 2 meetings. I think we can have a good session. I'll try to see if I can keep clear eyes through that one. It was a tough decision. I do want to just emphasize to the public, I know I've talked with counselors and staff about this pretty extensively, and they're aware of my motivations, but just so the public is, it's a half personal and family decision and half professional decision that my family made to relocate to the area. We've been looking in that area for a little while now. So one of the unfortunate parts is when you work in a municipality, you can't take the municipality and move it with you when you want to move. So I won't get too long-winded. I'll do that sometime soon. I am very encouraged by the position that Freeport's in right now. So I know we're going to be talking, and the council's going to be talking pretty quickly about recruitment, interim managers, things like that. So I pledge to give you all the assistance that I can offer. Those are ultimately your decisions, but I'm glad to give you any advice. I think the town is in a very good position. That's the only thing that makes this easy for me, is that you've got a great, solid team of department heads and staff, and there's a little bit of vacancy, as we know, in the current job market, but a really solid team of employees. And you just need to focus on filling one position, not a whole slew of positions. So if I could leave you in a better, I couldn't leave you in a better position in terms of staffing. So that's the only thing that's making this a little bit easier, that I don't feel too bad for you guys. But I think it's going to be a huge opportunity. You all know, I've talked with a couple counselors about, there's a lot of exciting stuff going on in Freeport right now. We're going to talk about some of it tonight. We're going to talk about it over the budget process. So let's use that and get some interest. So I'm mixed, very mixed emotions, but that's kind of kept me busy for the past week. So I'm sorry I don't have much more than that to report. We still have operations going on as usual, and I'll give you a comprehensive report at the next meeting when I don't have to worry about this in a room full of people to listen to me babble. All right, Mr. Chair?
Fair enough. Like you, I'll have a lot more comments to make in a couple of meetings, but, for tonight, suffice it to just say thank you for all you've done and the position you're leaving us in. I agree 100% is a good position that I think anyone should be proud to step into your shoes and try and fill, though they are big shoes indeed. It's been really delightful to work with you, and I think you've done a great job for the town as a whole and for the council. So, like I said, we'll talk more in a few meetings.
We can do a full roast near the end, but size 11 and a half, so medium large, not super big.
In 2 weeks,
Thanks,
they'll all
folks.
be standing up in tears of joy.
And cheering me out the door. So I've got, probably 60, 70% sad residents and 20%, 10% that are sitting home doing a dance of joy. Either way, someone's going to get something out of tonight. So
Either way, they'll stand up and clap.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, thank you again.
Okay.
Anything else on your end?
A lot going on. Just thank the crews that are out working right now. It's been like this dragging snowstorm that hasn't really had any accumulation. So thanks for everyone for showing up, and those that we got a big crowd on Zoom. So I'll shut up, and we got a couple items that people are interested in hearing here.
Yeah, and with that, so here's where we are in the agenda. For those of you new to town council meetings, everything we have in our packet is on the back table there, including our agenda. And the next item on our agenda is called public comment period. What this is, and it says right here, it's for non-agenda items only. So if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda, hold your comments until we get to that point on the agenda. So one of the things that we have on our agenda to talk about Hedgehog Mountain, which is later. So if you're here to talk about Hedgehog Mountain or our capital program or our zoning changes, hold your comments until later. If you want to talk about anything else, this is a good time to do it. It's not a question and answer time. It's not a time to kind of drill the council and say, what do you think about this or that? But it is a time to offer your thoughts on what's going on. For the public comment here and the comment we'll take later, we limit everybody to 3 minutes just so that we try and keep the total meeting time reasonable. So if you have something to say, we just ask that you step up to the podium so that we can hear you on TV. Say who you are, where you're from, and then tell us what you want to talk about. And if you're on Zoom and you want to speak, raise your hand and Peter will acknowledge that and bring you over as well.
Get all that.
So, Mr. Stevens, thanks for kicking it off.
Stevens from Bruce Crossing, and I'm here on behalf of Freeport Climate Action Now, as we promised the council. After you adopted the use of some of the ARPA funds for the rebate program, we promised you we would get out there and publicize it. And with the help of the town manager and the finance director, an application has been pulled together and was put up on the town website under freeportmaine.com/electrify on Friday, just in time so we could feature it at the Shrink Your Home Energy Use Home Energy Solutions Fair we had Saturday morning at the community center. We're working on information now that could be available to help people understand the program. We put together some flyers which are getting put up around town. We've commissioned some cards, some information, ways to learn about it and get it. And we'll keep up that work and hope that we help you get some of that money out to the people that you hope to get it out to. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Councilor Bradley?
Yeah, I just want to say I attended that fair on Saturday, and it was incredibly informative to me, not as a counselor, but as an individual homeowner trying to sort through the options. I mean, it was all there in one room, and the people stayed to answer questions, and it was just a job well done, so congratulations. I have one question. As a result of that and what you've said tonight, is there any movement on the proposal that was made for sort of a lending appliance program that would allow people to sign up for electric appliances and not have to buy them?
I'm not really on top of that, other than I know that a committee has talked with Public Works about a way of locating equipment there, and talking to the library about a way of facilitating it. And I think there's still some wrinkles to work out. I'm glad you asked, because it's something that some of you suggested. Rather than people run out and buy individual items, let's find some money to buy some that people could use and share. So thank you for the question.
I'm in dire need of an electric chainsaw, and if you don't mind letting me know when you get one, I'd really appreciate it.
Your wife has told me to not let you use it.
Any other public comment from those in the room or on Zoom? And thank you, Bob, for that, and the rest of FCAN for that session on Saturday. I'm glad to see it was so well attended. It was nice to see the room full. You do a better job than we do about getting people out and about. You can fill a room easier than we can. Though that may change by the end of time.
We had free coffee.
That'll do it.
Good free coffee.
Any other public comment about non-agenda items? I don't see anybody leap into the podium, and I don't see any hands on Zoom. So I will progress on with our seventh order of business, which is where most of the fun happens. It's where we take our votes. Just as a heads up to anybody following along, we print the agenda as called for on our charter, but I'm going to ask the council later on to move the tabled item up above other business. So basically to talk about Hedgehog Mountain before we talk about the budget, because I think there are probably a lot more people here to talk about Hedgehog Mountain than there are to talk about the budget. The difference to them and getting them home safe. I'm going to ask you to take a vote to take that out of order, but just want to give people a heads up in case they're following at home. So with that out of the way, we have next up our consent agenda, item 28-23, to consider action relative to adopting our consent agenda, which tonight has, I think, just some library donations on it. So Councilor Fournier, would you care to make a motion to adopt that?
Certainly. Be it ordered that the February 28th, 2023 consent agenda be adopted.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. Any questions about the library donations? And to say thank you for the generosity of our residents who continue to donate to the library and the other funds we have in town.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm stunned by the amount of donations that this town is getting from citizens to support the organizations that provide service. And we don't read their names, and they wouldn't want us to read their amounts. But is there any kind of a certificate or something that we can issue to them, either as a group or as individuals, for doing what they do for us?
If you have a hard answer to that, I do know that individual departments, depending on what they get, do send information out, or either a thank you or this is what your donation has been used for.
Yeah.
I'm not,
I was going to reiterate that every donation that's received does receive a letter from the town thanking them, informing them that it notifies them that it's a tax write-off for them, and what in most cases those donations are used for.
Thank you.
Any other comments about the consent agenda? All right, all in favor, we'll start with Councilor Pillsbury. Councilor Fournier?
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yes.
Councilor Bradley?
Yes.
Councilor Egan?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, that's 6-0. We have a consent agenda adopted. Next up is item 29-23, which is about some zoning changes. And tonight tonight is our public hearing on the zoning changes. So we have our town planner who's going to introduce the topic for us, and then we'll have a public hearing followed by a vote.
want me to run your slides?
Is there a secret to getting this to work?
Hey, you're supposed to hit it. What's left?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Tom's running in, so
Number 3, isn't it?
he's gonna match up the light. with
It might have been human error, it might not have been. Whatever.
Might have been you.
There we go.
I'll do your slides if you want to. You can stay at the podium.
Are you gonna do my slides for me? Thank you. You just have to put it into presentation mode. So a while back, you said, have the planning board look at site plan and make some changes to make the process better. So that's what I'm back with here tonight. Before I get into the details on what you have before you, I'm going to give you one disclaimer, one thing that wasn't included in this packet tonight. At the meeting where the planning board talked about site plan review, they also talked about cannabis regulations. There was a recommendation as part of the original site plan package that pertained to cannabis regulations. Because the council has not yet taken up cannabis regulations because they have to work on licensing at the ordinance committee level, the package before you tonight does not include any site plan amendments pertaining specifically to cannabis. I will bring those back to you when the time's ready. So pushing that aside, I know you have a full room, but it's important to give you some background. So I have a brief presentation for you tonight. Next slide, Peter. So in Freeport, we have a couple types of reviews for development that people come to a board for. We've talked about them a lot lately. We've talked about changes to each of these documents individually. They all have their own set of standards. So we have design review, which really deals with mostly architectural and design components of a project. We have subdivision review, which is the creation of lots or units. And then we have site plan review. And so site plan review is required for any use that's permitted in any zoning district in Freeport. It's typically listed on the list of permitted uses as subject to site plan review regardless of size. So if you're coming in, developing a piece of land, it says subject to site plan review, you'd come in. If you're buying a property, it's one commercial use and you want to change it to another commercial use that's subject to site plan review, you would come in. So any project, depending on its location and what's involved, could trigger any number or any combination of these things. And so I just want to be clear that tonight we're talking about one of those three pieces, which is the site plan review component, which is covered in section 602 of the zoning ordinance. Next slide. So what is site plan review? What type of things do you look at? So this is a really old, not up to today's standards, site plan of the Freeport Town Hall approved in the 80s. So when somebody comes in for site plan review, again, usually commercial or multifamily projects, the standards that the board looks at are preservation of landscape, the relation of buildings to the environment, vehicular access, parking and circulation, stormwater, utilities, signage, special features such as outdoor storage, dumpsters, screening, lighting, emergency vehicle access, landscaping, and then environmental considerations, which is actually some standards under shoreline zoning that we look at for every project. Next slide. So in Freeport, we have 3 levels of review. We have town planner approval. That's for smaller projects. They can be reviewed by the town planner, whoever's in place at that time. They can review and sign off. It's a very simple process. You bring in a piece of paper showing your site, a little sketch of what you want to do. We say, okay, it looks like it meets the standards. You go on your way. We also have a staff review board, currently made up of 5 staff members. They review smaller projects under the Section 602 standards that I just covered. Same standards as the project review, just the projects are smaller in nature. And then bigger projects go to the project review board. That's a volunteer board appointed by the town council. Again, they use the Section 602 standards that we're going to talk about tonight, and they review larger projects for Freeport. Any questions? Am I good to keep going? Good? Okay. Next slide. So the staff review board and the project review board have a public process. So just like the council, we have general practice for agenda circulation. We post it on the website, town hall, and we also have a planning fan club, as I like to call it, with over 100 members, and they get all planning department agendas and minutes right to their inbox. If you're not on that and you want to be on that, send me an email, cpelletier@freeportmaine.com, and we'll subscribe you to that list. Staff review board and project review board have an abutter notification requirement. We are required to notify, per our municipal policy, abutters within 200 feet of a parcel, and that's within the parcel boundaries. So if we wanted to do something at Town Hall, we would use our mapping software and measure 200 feet out from the full perimeter of the Town Hall property. And they do have an option to hold a public hearing if there's a bigger project. The main difference for a public hearing is they put an ad in a local paper of circulation, and the boards both generally accept public comment. Town planner review is typically just reported out monthly. There's no public process. Someone comes in, I sign off. At the next project review board meeting, I show the board what I signed off on and just kind of do a public announcement. Next slide. So what are the changes before you tonight? So things that we currently allow the town planner to approve are minimal lighting changes, changes to landscaping, recalculation of parking requirements, and seasonal accessory outdoor seating, which is a new requirement that you allowed. Some changes that are proposed before you in the language tonight. So right now, it's very limited as to what the town planner can approve for signage changes. I've had people come in for full site plans for commercial buildings, but they don't have their sign yet because they're not that far along. So they've had to come back through the public process to the board just for a sign. So the change in the text before you tonight on a property that's been through site plan review, been through a process before the board, the town planner would now be able to approve any signage, new or modifications. Next change, right now, the town planner can only, staff approve changes of up to 500 square feet of impervious area or structure changes. We're proposing to double that to 1,000 square feet. New change, during the pandemic in particular, we saw a change in the way our restaurants operate. Currently, we have a provision that if you're not next to a residential property and you're going into a retail space, you can convert to a restaurant. That didn't include restaurant carryout, which is a different use. So we're proposing to add that in, as that's something we're seeing kind of more of as the business change. Probably the biggest change would be a change of use. If somebody wants to come in and change from retail trade to an office or office to retail trade, they quite often come in and they don't propose any changes, but they have to go to a board. This change before you tonight would allow the town planner to sign off on that change as long as they show that they meet the parking requirements of the district and they get the sign off from utilities. The other thing I just want to point out, there was a clarification, it was a little bit unclear, that the town planner will only have the ability to make changes in cases where a property has an approved site plan. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a plan that a board approved in 2022. It could be a plan approved in 1986. But as long as there's some documentation in there that there's been a plan approved that met the standards at the time and they've been through a public process. Questions so far?
Sorry?
Caroline, do you have a ballpark off the top of your head how many agenda items have had to go to a board because you did not have this ability to make a very modest amendment or concurrence on a very minor, on a plan that's already been approved by a board?
It's really a tough question to answer. It varies year per year. So like, for example, the Project Review Board has slow year. They've only reviewed 33 projects in the last fiscal years. Sometimes we're up to 50. If you have a lot of our projects that come into Freeport have more than one review. So if they need subdivision review under state law, I have no ability to help them. They have to go to the board. If they need design review, they have to go to the board. If it's a municipal project, we typically send them to the board. So I would say probably per year a handful. As we change some other ordinances, in particular design review, we're going to see that number go up. During the pandemic, we saw more small businesses come in and go into some vacant retail spaces. And that's actually how this came up, because they came in, they're like, I'm changing nothing. I could already approve their signage. I was really looking at, do you have your trash? Do you have your parking? Get your sign off from sewer and go on your way. So then they'd go to the board, and it really seemed like a formality.
Or a burden, some might say.
Yeah, a burden. I'd agree with that.
Couple of questions, Caroline. When I look at the impervious surfaces, 1,000 square feet is really not a large area. So if we're going to fix something, I'd rather go up and maybe have a large area, and I'm not asking maybe tonight, but maybe that's something we ought to look at, because to me, it's not much better than what we're doing.
So I'll address that in the last slide, which is next steps. However, the reason we so when we did this, we looked at other municipalities and what they're doing. We looked at 1,000 square feet because typically when we review stuff, that's when we start to get concerned like stormwater or drainage or other changes that come into play, and we do have urban impaired watersheds. That being said, we do have some changes that DEP is requiring us that we're going to have to make to stormwater standards. So in two next steps, I would say further improving this process. And if you give me directive tonight, I will go back and do that. But when we look at stormwater, and then when we look at making even bigger changes to that.
So we have an opportunity down the road with the DEP issues maybe to address this again.
Yeah, I will note here, one thing we added in here, which personally I could go either way. We have this process to help people. It's not to take advantage of standards. We do have standards, and some of them are for a reason. Anytime someone comes in with a commercial project, it impacts somebody in some way. So we used to have a limit the town planner could do 500 square feet. We set 1,000 square feet within a 3-year period. That could be more limiting. However, we haven't had people taking advantage of us yet, just doing 1,000-foot increments. That being said, if I tell someone, if you shrink your project down to 2,000 square feet instead of 2,001, you can go this way, they're going to do it that way. So I also think that's another area that you could have some flexibility to open that up further if you wanted.
And along the same discussion, under the 1,500 square feet, when we look at your retail business for professional offices or vice versa, that's not a very large facility. So I think, again, we're kind of limiting, yeah, exactly, Chip, that maybe we ought to look at a large amount, and I don't know what that is, but I encourage.
The 1,500 was picked up, honestly, based upon a couple people that were in this situation, and they're small businesses. Most of the people that call me are small businesses. They want to go in a small portion of a building. They want to go in a small structure. That was really trying to capture the small businesses. But again, if you guys make the decision, if you want to up it and you want to trust whoever's in this position to make those decisions, by all means, we can take another look at it.
Personal opinion, I do trust, and I think it's a good opportunity to take at both of those levels. That's just me personally.
Okay.
I agree.
Councilor Bradley?
Caroline, you referred to utility sign-off. Could you explain that?
Sure. So anytime someone comes in and gets a change of use, we have them get a capacity letter from the sewer district. We need to know that if they're going to connect into that utility, that utility has the capacity to serve the use. If you go from a retail store with one employee all the time and maybe you have a public bathroom, or maybe you're small enough you don't, you're not a big user. If you come in and you open a hair salon and you have a bunch of more wash stations, you could be putting more of a strain on the utility. It's pretty easy process. They go to Leland, they show a general floor plan, and they get a letter that says they have the capacity, they don't have the capacity, these are any conditions we have to go along with it. Maine Water does the same thing, but historically for small projects, Maine Water doesn't issue a capacity letter because they don't require much from the change for the business.
Do you require a connection fee sign-off before you issue your permits?
We do not. Quite often, the sewer letters now come in, they have an expiration, they're good for a year, and in there it says, subject to the applicant or the business owner paying a capacity fee of X number of dollars, if they have a capacity fee, but we don't get involved in the details on the capacity fee. We have a pretty good working relationship with Leland at the sewer district. He gets all of our agendas for anything that's going to the board, and if there's something on there and he hasn't heard from him, he calls me. Same goes for that. If somebody comes in and they don't have anything, I'll reach out to Leland.
I'm just trying to understand the practice. If he sees that someone small is coming in and making a change to a retail space, so consequently he can find out that they're going to add a toilet or a wash basin or something, which would trigger a connection fee for him. Can he stop you from issuing a permit by saying they haven't paid their connection fee?
So here, they would have to demonstrate that they have the utilities. So if they couldn't show me that Leland signed off that they could connect, I would say I couldn't stop or prove it, and I would probably send them to a board that would have the approval to make an approval on something and put a condition to it. I mean, things that come to the town planner are supposed to be pretty minor and pretty straightforward.
Well, we're dealing with sewer on connection fees, and so I'm trying to understand how the mechanics of it work. And what I'm hearing, I think, is that you would not hold up granting a permit if a connection fee had not been paid.
We have never gotten involved in the connection fees. Leland does the letter. He acknowledges so they know up front they need to pay it, but what they pay with fees from the outside agency is between them. Our real concern is that they can safely handle that waste and they have somewhere to put it.
Thanks. Thank you.
And I will say it's not really a formal process. It's like, hey, Leland, they need a letter, and he'll give us a letter. Other questions?
You're good to keep
Okay.
going.
So the next level of review we have is the staff review board. So one change here is I'm proposing that we add the police chief as a board member. It's currently made up of the public works director / town engineer, the superintendent of public works, the code officer, the town planner, and the fire chief. For some reason, the police chief hasn't been on there. I think there is an advantage to having the police chief on there. It does make a larger board. It's great for the police chief to be aware of what's going on. They can quite often weigh in on things like circulation, traffic concerns, lighting, or if there's other safety concerns. Yes, Chief Goodman is aware. That's the first question I've been getting. He knows it's coming, that this is part of the language. Staff review board does changes of use from one use to another use. That would stay in there. Because we're upping the threshold, as you'll see in the next bullet, the threshold for when they can do a change of use. So this would be uses other than the ones noted in the last category, and they would be a little bigger. Right now, we have the staff review boards limited to 1,500 square feet of building and parking lot modifications specifically. We're broadening this, proposing up to 2,000 square feet. We did talk about this with the planning board and project review board. Daryl, I'm thinking you're going to tell me that look going higher. That was a number that the boards felt was appropriate given what they've seen and some of the interest. Again, that's within a 3-year period, and so this is a little more broad to include structures and/or other impervious surfaces. There's a little cleanup for accessory solar energy generation systems. It applies to construction of ground-mounted. That just provides consistency with the solar regulations further in the ordinance. It's not change, it's really clarification. One thing I do want to note here is staff review board had language in there today that said it could only be when something was previously approved to a previously approved site plan. This would change that. So if you are doing a new site plan that fits within these kind of smaller thresholds, you can now come to the staff review board. I want to be clear on this in case you're not comfortable with it. We do have some properties, you know, on Route 1 South that have been used for other things, have never been through site plan. They're changing hands, or even some in the village. So now if they're putting a use into an existing building, not changing the site, they can come directly to staff review as opposed to project review. And then in addition, the staff review board, one of the things they actually do probably the most of, Daryl, you remember for your time, they do a lot of fill permits if you're bringing over a certain number of cubic yards in per year, which might be something else we bring back to you at another time. They do gravel pit renewals, and there's an old provision in there relating to telecommunication facilities or tower expansion. They've never seen anything, but we're not proposing any changes to that. Staff review board is a little bit more casual process. We work around the applicant, so once the applicant submits, they're deemed complete. We schedule the meeting for about a week out once it's deemed complete. Questions on staff review?
Mr. Bradley?
On the solar, is that an addition, does that add another group to look at a solar project?
No, the solar regulations and further in the ordinance said that if you were doing ground-mounted accessory, you could go to staff review. The word ground-mounted accessory was omitted, so we just put that in here. So like Maine Beer, for example, years ago, they put those 2 ground-mounted panels, so they came to staff review. Good. So then we have some so anything not covered in those 2 categories would continue to go to the project review board. We do have some general changes. You've seen a lot of cleanup. There was a lot of stuff in 602 that was just in weird sections. It didn't read well. So we're trying to make it work within the existing framework and read better. So municipal projects, it's clear in here that if you have a municipal project, it cannot, I have a typo up there, it cannot go to staff review, it would need to go to project review. And that's really just for transparency, and so we're not voting on our own municipal projects. The reason I bored you in the beginning with our notification process is because we are proposing a change. You know, we hear from the public all the time, they don't know what's going on. So the change would be to keep staff review at 200 square feet for the abutter notification. Anything going to project review for the larger projects would go up to a 500-foot radius. In the rural areas, that might not make a huge difference all the time, depending how big the parcel is. In the village, that could make actually a significant difference if you pick up a condo complex. There isn't a abutter fee, and that's paid for by the applicant, just as a side note. We have an existing standard that review by an expert, the costs are passed on to the applicant. I've gotten some feedback in recent time for some smaller projects that that's unclear that that includes the town engineer in his or her time. It reflects current practice, it reflects our municipal fee schedule, but since it was unclear, we're proposing to clean that up, and it would apply to projects going to either board. Approval duration, currently you can come in and get approval, but you can do that as many times as you want. That really can lead to some project renewals, which are pretty simple to renew if the standards haven't changed, just to continuously being renewed. We've gotten legal guidance that we should really put a time limit in there. So if you get approval, you can come back once to get a second 2-year extension. After that, it would have to come back and be treated as a new application. I think 4 years from approval, in most cases, if they're going to do a project, is a reasonable amount of time. In the standards that I covered on the second slide, those 10 things we look at, we're just including a cross-reference to another section regarding some standards we have for commercial districts. There is some language in here to clarify the appeals process. As I mentioned, I think at the last meeting, this is something the planning board flagged as a policy decision that the council could look at in the future if we want to still keep staff review board and project review board appeals going to Superior Court. Town planner appeals would have to go to Board of Appeals before they could go to court, just due to the documentation we would need to have in place for something to be appealable to court. And then general cleanup to reduce the number of paper copies we're requiring, some general information we want on every plan sheet that we've learned through digitizing would be really helpful. And then just some cleanup to pre-application meetings, performance guarantees, and some current practice. Questions, or I think one more slide maybe?
Councilor Bradley.
Sorry. We've just recently been through a project that has been subject to intense review and controversy in the town. Will any of these changes add standards that project would have had to meet that might have affected the outcome?
That project has not been approved. I would say that is a bigger project, requires 3. The one change here that would impact that project is the abutter notification. We have to notify more people that they're proposing the
Standards that
project.
for approval would be essentially the same.
For the site plan only, yes.
And so it is in the other portions of our regulatory process that you would see changes that might make more specific suggestions to developers.
Yeah, under like preservation of landscape, there's like a cross-reference to design review and more building aesthetics, but the bulk of the design standards are in the design review ordinance, yes.
Well, because I think the community has just been through an experience, and I think part of the anxiety that project created, without saying anything about its merits, was that the community was told we essentially don't have the standards to do the kinds of things that you're concerned about affecting. And so my question, I guess, is, are any of the changes that we are considering in any of these going to give the community a more specific way to comment on projects coming through the process?
A lot of the comments we have heard on multiple recent downtown projects have really come to the design review standards and the aesthetics and the wiggle room for interpretation. So they wouldn't be impacted by what's here tonight. They would be impacted when we have that design review ordinance rewrite that we've talked about as a separate project.
When will that occur?
Hopefully soon.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Fournier.
I want to focus back on if staff time is used, is there kind of a trigger point? So if a resident comes in and it required the town engineer or any staff to review something, we charge them for that.
Only the town engineer's time. That was a practice set up by council about 20 years ago. Whenever there's professional engineering review, we would typically have outsourced it in the past. We actually do outsource it sometimes if staff's on vacation. We have cases where it's a conflict. You know, if we outsource something because we don't have an in-house engineer, we would pay for that, or the applicant would pay for that. We've always charged that cost. When we brought an engineer on in the past, from reading the past minutes, that was part of the way that they justified the cost of having that person on staff. So for a meeting with the town planner and code officer, like we have pre-applications meeting all the time, you know, fire chief, police chief, town manager, we don't charge the applicant for that. If we wanted to charge for that, I would say then increase your application fees. This is just for that professional engineering requirement that if we didn't have an engineer here do, we would outsource it.
So my question, has there been occasions where a resident, and I'm looking at a resident that comes in that pays taxes in the town and wants to follow what we have for process, and then may have to be subject to an additional charge for a review of, in this case, the town engineer, due to what the council did 20 years ago? I don't think that's right.
That's the exact example why we're cleaning up that language. I had a resident come in for a fill permit, and I'm not an engineer. I can, you know, read a plan, but I can't tell you the stormwater details or the grading details or, you know, some of that technical ability. And so they didn't think the ordinance was clear, even though, you know, we have a fee, it's out there. So that's why we're trying to clean up that language. I think if it's something that council wants to revisit, I'd love to bring you a bunch of fees to look at, to be honest, but I haven't done that yet. We've had a lot of other stuff going on, but I think it's something you could either look at changing here, or we could revisit the fee structure in its entirety. I think the only downside would be like, we talk about the town engineer. He has a lot of projects coming up as a result of the downtown vision, and with vacations and different workloads and some conflicts on bigger projects, we have had to outsource. it's much cheaper to use our in-house engineer. But
And I'm not suggesting for everything. If we have a major project coming in, I have no problem outsourcing or charging for that. I'm looking at, and a
like
good
the fill
example.
permit.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, someone wants to put a farm pond in, or whatever, I'll fill it, you know, and that's just a little, you know, a little much. And maybe could be some discretion we could leave to some people to look at those smaller projects, which I don't think it's fair that we would be charging residents for. That's kind
Yeah,
of where I'm at, but,
I
you know.
think you could look at your fee structure, and
Yeah.
if there's a way to change it there, we could also amend the language. I think we hear from developers, it's really important to know those fees up front. So I would hope that if we wanted to look at that, we could find a measurable for when that fee kicks in. I don't want to leave, discretion's good sometimes, but we're being told less discretion in Freeport regulations and processes. We want to know what we're getting into, so.
Thank you.
Is there more?
Everyone's favorite slide, next steps. So this is step one. Again, the planning board looked at this. We're going to bring you the stuff on cannabis. The project review board did weigh in. Next step. So Mary Davis, I'll call her out. She's in the room. She's with FEDC. She has been very generous, and Chip's going to be working with us. She has taken this and is starting to work on a process map. So she's putting this on a flow chart so we can really look at the whole process and see, you know, should we move stuff? Is there room for improvement? And then at the downtown vision meeting or at the council meeting, we talked about the downtown vision, we talked about the project charters, and one of the things you guys brought up was, you know, having someone from the outside come in, just like we did in the late 90s, look at our processes, compare them to some, you know, likewise communities, and say, hey, where can we make improvements or changes? So those I would just kind of flag as the next step. This is step one. I have a couple applicants that are hoping these go through because would much rather come to staff review board during the day. So it'll be interesting to see the impacts over the next few months or longer.
How many projects do you think are waiting for this to pass to come?
I have 3 projects that could take advantage of going to staff review. Like I said, we were talking before, Daryl was on staff review, and in his former life, staff review, legally, we still have to do things. We still have a butter notifications. We still take public comment. We still have to do findings of fact. We still have to do motion. So there is still stuff involved in it. I mean, typically they're smaller, so it is easier, but it is, you know, it still takes time. We still have to, in case somebody wants to appeal it, we have to have certain procedures in place.
Any other questions before we go to public hearing on this?
Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah. Thank you for distilling that down into a short presentation. I know it actually represents a tremendous amount of work by you and also the planning board. So thanks to the planning board, who I'm sure has put in a lot of work. So we have a public hearing first. It's nice to see so many people out and about who want to comment on the zoning changes. So I expect that this might take a little while, but Councilor Lawrence, if you want to open up the public hearing, we'll see how long it takes.
Sure, I motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Fournier. We got to do roll call vote. Councilor Fournier.
Yes.
Lawrence.
Yep.
Councilor Bradley.
Yes.
Councilor Egan.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Councilor Pillsbury. Aye. All right, so we now are in our public hearing session. So now's your chance to come on up. Tell us who you are, where you're from. Spend your 3 minutes telling us what you think about the proposed zoning changes. People on Zoom, don't be shy. You can play too. Raise your hand virtually. Once.
I think they're all here for something
Twice.
else, Mr. Chair.
I suppose that's possible. All right, Councilor Lawrence, you want to do the honors?
Sure, I propose to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Fournier. Councilor Fournier.
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence.
Yes.
Councilor Bradley.
Yes.
Councilor Egan.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Councilor Pillsbury. Aye. Okay, so we closed the public hearing, and now we actually get to vote on the item. So, Councilor Lawrence, if you wouldn't mind one more time.
One more time. Be it ordered that proposed ordinance amendments to Section 602, Site Plan Review of Chapter 21 Freeport Zoning Ordinance be approved.
Second.
Thank you. Councilor Fournier. Oh, sorry, actually, are there any questions or comments about the zoning changes before we take our vote from the council? we had an opportunity to ask our question, so I assume we kind of tackled that already. So I think we're ready for a vote. Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Lawrence?
Yes.
Counselor Egan?
Yes.
Counselor Bradley?
No. Yes.
Chair votes yes. Counselor Pillsbury? Aye. All right, so that passes 6-0. Thank you again, Caroline, and please pass.
Great presentation, Caroline.
Planning board as well for all their hard work on that. Okay, next up, we have our finance director.
Planning board
talk
with us
about-
tonight. Thanks, Andy.
Bilge, may I address a question to the council regarding the agenda?
Well, I said before, we're going to ask for the hedgehog item to come up after this one, if that's what your question's about. So before all the other business stuff, but after this item 3030.
Oh, I missed that. Thank you very much.
So this, I think, is a relatively short one. It's scheduled for 10 minutes, about writing off some rescue billing accounts. And we have our finance director, Jessica Moore, to tell us about it.
I think that was supposed to say 1 minute.
We'll see.
Yeah, really. So we now outsource our rescue billing collections with Comstar, and I receive regular reports of their collection efforts. And in addition to those efforts, when they have patients or that have yet to pay their bill, we in turn also will send a reminder collection notice. And these 5 before you have been on the list probably maybe close to a year now. And that addresses are not valid. There's no social security numbers attached with these. So I have no way to send it to further collection and be successful. So rather than waste more staff time than what I have, I just would prefer to ask you to write them off.
Fair enough. Any questions? Councilor Bradley?
So what we're saving is the letter and the stamp that you send once a year or once a month or once a period to these people to address that we don't have.
You're not even saving
Yeah.
the stamp because we can't send a letter.
So what's the harm in just keeping them in a queue? And then if sometime in the future something happens, we've gained the roughly what?
So, there are a lot more than these 5 that are on the delinquent report. This is 1 month. And for most of them do stay on. These 5, again, just happen to be a case. I'm going to make an assumption based on the address that was given or where the service was started, that it comes from a local hotel, and it's transient at that point. So I don't, we've tried sending, I've tried sending multiple letters on top of what the organization that we contract with has done as well. So, I mean, we can do as you wish. It just stands as a, uncollectible debt on our books that in reality is not going to be collected.
Councilor Fournier?
In addition to, I think, using staff time, Ed, we have a third-party billing now that we didn't used to have, and they're going to charge us every time they go out again. So there'd be another recurring cost there. So I think it's been a year, and what will happen is, I think you're exactly right, is that these will probably transient people that come in, and that's part of the business we're in, that, we go in. I think if we tried for a year, that's ample.
Yeah, if I had other information to go by, I'm not just
Understand.
I'm going to use the phrase willy-nilly. I'm not just bringing these before you because I don't want to collect.
We never do anything.
Yeah. These have been given a concerted effort. If I had additional information, or like if it was returned from the post office with a forwarding address, or, we try diligently to pursue, we use state databases to try to, locate people where we can and where we're allowed to. And these individuals are just not coming up. Peter, well, I don't know if I have the authority to tell you to speak, but.
Mr. Chair, I would also suggest this is 5 out of, 1,500, 2,000 ambulance runs in a year's time.
That have been done
roughly
since
that
we've converted,
amount.
yeah.
So I think there's a larger number that are not collected. To get to your point, there may be a couple hundred where people aren't paying that are delinquent, but we know who they are, where they are, and
Correct.
they will either go to collections or to their insurance company to pay. This is the write-off for people that we just don't know how to find. They could be tourists that are not from the United States. They don't have a social security number because they're not citizens, things like that. She doesn't have a way to take it further. We can absolutely leave it on the books, but it just is going to leave 3,500 of essentially debt out there that we are not going to collect.
As Daryl suggests, do we pay an additional click to our third-party billing for each one of these people every period?
I don't get the information broken down that way, but that is, I mean, it's in the agreement of what they, what they send out is what we get charged. I can tell you the last report that I had, to kind of, if I can put it in perspective for you, this is through January, end of January. The delinquent report was almost $25,000. So that's.
Money owed us?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 3,000, 4,000 on
Is it fair to suggest that each one of these was a rescue they were taken somewhere for treatment?
Yes.
Did we call
It's transport.
Did we call the treatment center to see if they had any information about any of these people?
I personally do not, because I am not a medical billing collector. I send a letter on behalf of the town that says, as a courtesy, please pay this before I send you to collections. But the billing company that we contract with, I'm sure, goes through that type of process to try to collect.
I think
They would have access to those records that I would not.
So will you give me 50% of what I recover if I can get them?
That's not my authority to do, but if you want to come in and try to collect, I won't turn you away.
Thank you.
Jessica, are there government accounting standards that would say if you know that a debt is basically unrecoverable, you should write it off and not continue to carry it on the books?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you would want to. I don't know off the top of my head that I can cite the specific standard, but you don't want to leave stuff forever on your books that you're never going to collect. It doesn't give you a good financial position.
Councilor Fournier?
For many, 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 many years, because I'm old, we have had the situation of people that couldn't pay their debt. Used to be the policy many years ago, if it's a town resident, it's the authority of the chief at the time, meeting with the finance director to, write them off as a resident if they had tough times or whatever. So it's part of doing the business, Ed. I know we don't like it, but there are some people that don't pay their bills.
Any other discussion? No. All right, so we need someone to read the motion. Mr. Bradley, I'll offer it to you, but you're happy to skip you if you don't want to do it, and I'm sure somebody else will. Okay, Councilor Egan, would you like to read the motion for item 3030?
Can I read the names?
Sure. Yeah, probably should.
Be it ordered that the town treasurer be authorized to write off the following rescue billing accounts: 22-22055 Justin Lambros, $871.50. 22-26635 Eddie Scott, $687.75. 22-26778 Gabriel Jones, $675.15. 22-28482 Patricia Carter, $150. 23-39699 Esther Nike, $871.50. Note that the town has pursued all viable options to obtain billing information for the above-listed individuals. Recommended the town write off these accounts for collection.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. We've already had our discussion. Councilor Fournier?
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yes.
Councilor Bradley?
No.
Councilor Egan?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. And Councilor Pillsbury? Aye. All right, so that passes 5-1 with Councilor Bradley voting in the negative. Okay, that concludes our regular action items for tonight. Thank you, Jessica. The next scheduled item on the agenda says budget process review and discussion. which is actually kind of fascinating for those of you that don't understand our budget process review and discussion, and I say that non-ironically, because it actually is very interesting. And there are a lot of questions that always come up about how does the town spend their money and how do we decide what to spend money on. So that item tonight is basically just a walkthrough, a kind of a budget 101 about town finances, and Jessica's going to be back to kind of walk us all through that. And even though we do it every year, there's still questions among us about how it all happens. So I would encourage you to stick around for that. However, in deference to the fact that many of you probably did not come out to hear that, and that you were probably here to hear one of the following items, item 9-23, which is about a Hedgehog Mountain item that we tabled. What I'm going to do is propose a motion to the council that we take that item out of order and do that one now, and then follow that with the budget, and then the rest of the agenda after that.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilor Bradley. Any discussion about the agenda change? Okay, so all in favor of taking this item out of order, Councilor Fournier?
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence? Yep. Councilor Bradley?
Yes.
Councilor Egan?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, and Councilor Pillsbury?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So that's 6-0. So now we are taking item 09-23 out of order. This was an action that we tabled at our January 17th meeting, I think it was, and we tabled it to this meeting. So now it's time to take it back up again. The public hearing we did at the January 17th meeting, so we've had our official public hearing on this. We didn't take a vote on the item, which is to adopt the management plan, so that's what's on the agenda for tonight. Having said that, I know there's a lot of public interest in the item, so I wouldn't want to just skim over it and say, no, the public's not allowed to speak in it, because we already did that. I'm happy to kind of extend that courtesy again, and we'll have a public comment period where everyone gets 3 minutes to come up and give us their thoughts on the matter. What I thought we would do is, before we do that, I would offer to the council, I'll give a brief sort of summary of the process and how we got to where we are. When I'm done with that, I'll offer to the other councilors, if they want to make any kind of a statement before the public weighs in on what your thoughts are, where you stand, you're welcome to do so. You're not required to do so, but that might help inform some of the public discussion. And then after the public discussion, we'll take it back up to council for any further discussion, and then potentially a vote at the end of it. So with that, let me kind of set the scene on how we got to where we are. So we have a conservation commission in town, which is a board of 7 volunteers, which the council has previously delegated to be stewards of our town-owned lands, which include Hedgehog Mountain, Florida Lake, Quarry Woods, a few other properties. In the ordinance, it specifically calls out that they're to manage Hedgehog Mountain and create a management plan for it. They meet once a month. In addition to all the stuff that we're going to talk about tonight, the bulk of what they do is a lot of trail work and building kiosks and signage and replacing signage that gets stolen. And they're out there, with chainsaws and building bridges and things like that. They do a tremendous amount of work on behalf of the town, on behalf of our properties. Again, all on a volunteer basis. So it's a really dedicated group of people with a variety of backgrounds. I've enjoyed getting to know them. From time to time, there are openings on the Conservation Commission, so if anybody wants to apply to do that kind of work, I would welcome you to do that. One of the duties in the ordinance that they're called upon to do is to maintain a management plan for Hedgehog Mountain. The one that's currently in place was developed in 2004. The ordinance says that they should revisit it every 5 years. It's been a little longer than that, since 2004. So they have recently done that. About a year ago, they wanted to undertake the rewrite of the plan, and they asked for some time to do that so they could study the property in a few different seasons. So they did that, and they set themselves a December deadline, which they met, to come up with a plan that they forwarded to us that we first took up at our January meeting. The ordinance requires that they approve that plan with a 2/3 majority of the Conservation Commission, that they then recommend to the council, that we then adopt after a public hearing, if we choose to. They voted to adopt it unanimously, so here it is before us. Let's see, what else? We asked them in January to kind of have some more discussion before we felt we were ready to take a vote on it. They did that. We had Councilor Daniele kind of facilitate some discussions. They met again last Tuesday, and again unanimously sent back the same plan with no changes. So what we're being asked to vote on tonight is whether or not we accept that management plan. That's the only thing the council is being asked to vote on tonight. We're not asked to vote on any mountain bike proposal or anything else other than the management plan for Hedgehog Mountain. That's what's on our agenda. Having said that, the management plan has consequences for what can happen on the property and what we want to do with it. So, parallel to that process, just as background information, Tawny Whitney, who's a former counselor, and others had come up with an idea a few years ago to say, wouldn't it be neat to have mountain bike trails on Hedgehog Mountain? The group approached the New England Mountain Bike Association. The group raised a significant amount of money and some commitments to do more, to say, if we were allowed to do, to construct mountain bike trails on Hedgehog Mountain, here are some of the things that we would be interested in doing. One of the steps was, of course, to talk to the Conservation Commission, the group that manages the property, saying, can we do this? At one point, that group was asked to come up with sort of a wish list. What would it look like if you could do all the things you wanted? And they sketched out 6 miles of trails, including a number of them that went up to the summit. At various times over the last couple of years, that group has committed to raise about $500,000. They have been open to discussing a smaller project with 1 or 2 trails or some other number of trails. They've been open to discussing a fund for ongoing maintenance of the trails. They've been open to discussing helping to rebuild or repair existing trails that are not mountain bike trails. And they've been open to discussing constructing a trail with accessibility in mind for people with limited mobility. So it's not, the discussion hasn't been only about mountain bike trails at the summit. There's sort of a wider breadth there. They've discussed things with the Conservation Commission a number of times, and ultimately they decided to wait until the management plan was complete before they kind of took the next steps. While all this was going on, about 8 months ago, we realized, hey, this is a topic that's probably of interest to the general public. So, as evidenced by tonight, we held a workshop in conjunction with the Conservation Commission. So we had a joint meeting on June 14th last year. We told everybody we could about it. We asked the newspaper to write an article about it, which they did. And we had a meeting in June, and there were people speaking for lots of different viewpoints, but there was a lot of interest in pursuing the plan. Currently, mountain bikes are allowed at Hedgehog Mountain under the existing plan. They're prohibited from the summit area. The current plan doesn't define the summit area, so it's a little bit ambiguous as to where the mountain bike trails would and would not be allowed. The existing plan from 2004 says the Conservation Commission received comments in spring of 2003 asking that the summit be opened to responsible mountain bikers. After much discussion, the commission voted as part of its recommendations to continue to prohibit mountain bikes from the summit. And then it goes on to say the Conservation Commission proposes to work with the local mountain biking club on designated trails within the property designed for mountain bikes. So fast forward 20 years, we're having a similar discussion. A group has asked that the summit be open to responsible mountain bikers, and the commission voted again after much discussion to continue to prohibit mountain bikes from the summit. This time they've clarified what the summit is. So based on, mostly on soil types, they said the summit area is everything above 180 feet, which would exclude, by my pure guessing and just sort of doing some measuring on Google Maps, about 25 acres of the 196 acres of Hedgehog Mountain. So biking, according to the management plan, the way I read it, would continue to be allowed on the rest of the Hedgehog Mountain property. More trails could be constructed there if they work with the Conservation Commission to do so. So the only sort of big change as far as biking goes is that area above 180 feet would be prohibited from new mountain bike trail construction. I think that covers all the background. Is there anybody on the council that wants to kind of make any statements or anything before we open it up to the public for discussion?
Dan, you did a wonderful job of summarizing this. I mean, I don't know how anybody could have done better. We all have a little bit different slant on what's going on, but when you say that what we're doing is approving, the only thing we're doing is approving the plan or rejecting it, I agree with that. That's the action item, and I think that's what you meant. But I also feel that it's clear that in doing that, we're making a choice about some of the values inherent in the plan, and I don't want that to be swept under any rug, and I'm not going to make my comments now. I want to be informed by the public comment as much as I can before speaking.
Anybody else? Councilor Egan?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of input from residents, probably many of you here. I don't recognize everyone. I have kept track of all the names, tried to respond to some, well over 100 messages, emails, phone calls, text messages. So I really appreciate the inputs. And I started when this issue first came forward, even before the public hearing that we had. Was that June of 22?
June 22.
22. Seems like it was 3 years ago. I had thought, what a great idea to have more mountain biking in our public land. I use Hedgehog at least every week, if not more than once a week. I walk out there a lot. I live up 136, so it's very convenient for me. My wife and my dog and I go out there all the time walking. And so I'm very familiar with both sides of the road, the flat trails and the elevation on the Hedgehog side. And to me, it's a gem of a place, and in my opinion, grossly underutilized. That I think more residents could be out there and should be out there, and would love to have more opportunities for people to get out there, recognizing that there are limitations about parking and et cetera. And I heard during the public comment process, the public input, informal, in terms of communication, from a number of families and parents who were looking for more opportunities for their kids to get out and recreate. And I firmly agree with that. I think there's any chance we can to get our younger people away from screens and out onto the woods somewhere is a good idea. But when I started to look at the detail and the data and listen to the Conservation Commission members explain how they came to their conclusions, I realized I'm also very concerned about our environment and our public spaces and keeping them pristine and productive and protected. So I was torn, and I heard from a number of people about, let's not compromise with nature. And I agree with that. And unfortunately, I think the issue, and maybe this is, I'm not meaning to bias any public comment that's about to follow, but I'm disappointed that the issue has been pushed to, or the conversation rather, has been pushed to two polar extremes. That there is no mountain biking anywhere at Hedgehog, or how can we lock up this wonderful town resource and not allow mountain biking? And I think that a lot of good information is available for further conversation in the middle. So I can't ignore the work of the Conservation Commission nor its conclusions in the report. So I'm going to be supporting adopting that plan tonight, and let that settle for a little bit, put the gravy in the refrigerator and let it gel up a little bit. And in a little while, I don't even want to say how long, maybe we can have a conversation about some other ways that we might be able to take a look at improving accessibility, and some more opportunities for biking at this area. So,
one other comment that I probably should have added is at our January meeting, Margaret from the Conservation Commission gave a presentation, a PowerPoint summary of all the work they had done to come up with a management plan. And it was a really informative presentation, a really informative document. I apologize that that's not posted on the website. It should be, and we'll make sure to get it up there. But if you haven't seen it, I would encourage you to go back and watch it, watch that January 17th meeting, and fast forward to the point where Margaret talks, because she does a better job than I would about explaining it. So that gives some background on the management plan. Anybody else want to share thoughts? Councilor Fournier?
This is a hard issue. Growing up, spending a number of time up there as a young teenager, and we have a council in this town that's taken a adoption to be an inclusive and open and welcoming community to residents and visitors alike. That's our statement. That's what we talk about a lot. We had that in our vision that we did a couple weeks ago, and I think that's an important statement we look at. We've had presentations that's come before us that we want to invest in a potential connection to the East Coast Bikeway at quite a bit of money to make that happen, so that bikes can be utilized to go safely and utilize the East Coast. I'm troubled that it's become polarized here. I have a number of kids in our neighborhood that ride the roads on Flying Point, which is probably one of the more dangerous roads that we have. Anything we can encourage for kids to get out and enjoy nature. I think the plan would be done right to help protect nature. I think there's an opportunity to allow for trails that would have people that may have some handicaps to come up and view and use the park, which they can't do now. So I think that it's important that there's an opportunity here. And at this point, I'm going to vote not to approve the plan because I'm hoping people can come together and have a better solution that we can be more inclusive and move forward. I am not voting no because I don't think the plan is valid and all the work that went in it. I guess I'm voting no in my frustrations that we couldn't come up with a better solution that would truly be a win-win for the town.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yep. My sole concern here is that it stops the conversation, cold dead. And then you have to review the whole plan again to redo it. We're not voting to put bikes out here, but I do think that this, well, by voting yes for this, it stops that. The plan is great. I like the way it goes. I like everything in it, except the fact you say no bikes at this out above this elevation. And if we could change that, I think the plan would be close to perfect because it doesn't stop the conversation. And we have been polarized. And now we are stopping it. It ends it. And that's my concern. So.
Yeah, I take a different view. I view it as shifting the conversation. My hope is that we move forward on this vision that we laid out with Connect Freeport, where we said we have a number of assets in town, a number of trail assets in town, and wouldn't it be great if we can connect them all together? We're investing a lot of money on 2 12-foot wide paths on these bridges over the highway, so that we can have pedestrians and strollers and bikes and have plenty of room for them to all be side by side. But the objective was not to say, well, great, we got you to the other side of the highway. I hope you enjoyed that. Now turn around and come back because there's nowhere to go. Right? The objective was to say that's then the beginning of connections to all kinds of assets on that side of town, including Hedgehog Mountain and Hunter Road Fields and Pownell Road Fields. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity to develop a bigger, broader, wider trail network, including connections to the East Coast Greenway that I think would connect into downtown and from downtown over the bridges. So there's a whole vision of what we can do. And I think, maybe these 25 acres won't be part of that vision for now because it's a sensitive area, because there are other concerns about it, because my opinion is the community's not ready to see that kind of activity in that location. And there are, some valid scientific reasons or erosion reasons, and I know there's debates on both sides of that. But the point is there are debates on both sides of that. It's not clearly settled one way or the other. So I don't think the time is right to develop that particular piece of the property yet. So I think the management plan itself is fine. It's sound. It's had a ton of work go into it. I think it's had a lot of thought. It's had a lot of specialists weigh in. We might be able to pick apart this or that, but I don't think as a whole I would want to reject it in favor of a hypothetical plan to put trails that I don't think our community is ready for just yet. But I think there's a tremendous amount of other opportunity for trails. So I'm leaning towards supporting the plan, but again, I look forward to hearing from the public. Anyone else before we go to the public?
Have anything to say?
I'm looking, I don't see his hand up. He's not feeling well, so I appreciate him.
vote on this?
He can vote on it.
Yep. Yeah, he's there. He's shaking his head. So
Yep, he's listening.
up there.
listening and sticking with us in spite of his illness. Okay, so we don't have an official public hearing, but before we bring it back for a vote, I'd love to hear from anyone who feels strongly about having their voice heard, who hasn't already had their voice heard. Again, we got 3 minutes. Tell us who you are, where you're from. I apologize in advance if I have to cut you off. I want to be fair to everybody. So at some point during somebody's conversation, I'll probably say your time's up. And I don't mean that personally. I'm just trying to be fair. So we'll start with folks in the room, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom. So anybody in the room, I see Mr. Montgomery closest to the podium, got the prime spot. If you want to kick it off, I'm more than welcome to invite you up to do that.
Great, thank you very much.
2-minute timer going. When Jack starts.
Members of the council, I'm Jack Montgomery.
It's fine, right where it is, Jack.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's for TV.
I live in Porter, my wife and I live in Porter's Landing. I'm all for getting the public out and into the land and whatever they can do. We own, not many people know, we own Allen Pond, the access where people go onto the pond. We're delighted. We open that up. We have hundreds of people every year skating. And I'd love to see hundreds more people coming out to Hedgehog. But when I first heard about this, I was late in the game. I was very curious. What is it specifically that's being proposed? What is the concern at the top? Because that's what we're really talking about here, the top. There's a specific plan, I shouldn't say a plan, a concept that was put forward, and it was specifically to have mountain bike trails built by a company. I'm not even going to mention the name because they're nice people. I'm not trying to disparage anybody here. I'm not trying to disparage anybody here. Okay? So
Where it is.
That's it.
don't touch the mic. Okay. Anyway, so what I did is I went to the website of that company. What that company does is they build what something is called a flow trail. And I was concerned. I looked at every single document in the public record for this case to find what's a description. What have you got on the record about what actually is going to be built? So I went, very easy, I went to Facebook. The company that builds these, I'll say it, it's Main Trail Builders. They've got a great reputation. I'm not criticizing them. What they do is they build flow trails. A flow trail, I've learned, is a trail that is designed to allow the biker to come down very fast. The curves are banked. That's what you need to know. The curves are banked. And I'm going to show you some pictures quickly. I know I got my 3 minutes. I'm talking faster than ever. But I also looked to see how that happens. In order to achieve these trails, these things are excavated. And I'll pass these pictures. I've sent them to all of you. I hope you've had a chance to look. Okay?
Can you tilt the photos so we can see them over here, please?
Yeah, please do. Please pass them around. I want everybody to see these.
Oh, I've written them.
Yeah. So here's another one from that website. And here it is. This is the flow trail up at Blackstrap. Okay, so I said, well, it's fine to look at the website, but let's go look at the trail. So I went up there to Blackstrap Sunday, 9 days ago. This is what I found. There were excavations 3 feet deep up against trees. And most particularly, here's the thing, banking the trail, it's done by creating a berm. I measured from the inside radius of the turn to the outside of the berm, that was 12 feet. And I found, you can see this, I'll pass this around, you draw your own conclusions. I just want you to see it. I'm not a soils expert, I just want you to see what I found. Okay, I see Dan's looking at the clock. Okay, here's the thing. So if I was sitting up there, I might be saying to myself, well, wait a minute, now I've got the commission saying there's this.
We got a lot of people in the room,
Yeah.
Jack.
I know,
I'm sorry.
I know.
We have to cut it off.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack.
Thanks for sharing the photos.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Jeff.
Let's do something, let's get the kids out in the woods, not on a mountain bike trail at the top of Hedgehog Mountain. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. All right, who's next? Come on up. And if anybody else wants to speak, feel free to line up behind the next speaker so we can kind of keep things moving along. So thank you for coming out.
Sure. Good evening, councilors. My name is Alex Abbott. I live on Cove Road. I am a 35-year mountain biker. I love trails. People will tell you I'm one of the most active 61-year-olds in town. So there's no question we want more trails. We want mountain bike trails. I'm a local, independent, small business owner. I'm also a scientist. There are two issues that have come up recently, it seems, among the council, one or more council members perhaps who've brought up issues of these related to this. One is the science really there to tell us that this is going to be a problem, this hypothetical proposal at Hedgehog? And I would say, from my experience in hydrology, hydraulics, erosion, sedimentation, et cetera, I don't want to go into my background too much, but I have sufficient credibility to say that the intensity, the density, the degree of development that this trail system entails, hypothetical trail system entails, is completely contrary to the historical and the planned use, meaning the 2004 plan and the currently updated plan use of Hedgehog Mountain. There's no question that every one of these trails that exists now at Hedgehog and every one of these hypothetical proposed trails is an incredible disruption to all wildlife. And now I'm not looking for a pristine property. Brings me to the second point, and that is that there's been a lot of talk about searching for common ground and compromise. And I think it's really important to take historical perspective here. I talked to one of the members of the original board who developed the 2004 plan. And in their minds was always this sense of broad use, shared use, common ground. And that is why we allow mountain bikes at Hedgehog Mountain. We allow horseback riding, snowmobiles, all manner of uses there, because that is what we're about as a town. That's wonderful. We are coming together. We've come together a long time ago, and we continue to come together. It's a wonderful reflection, this process here, actually. And so I would say we've already done that compromise. We've come to this agreement that we need a multitude of uses there. And sadly, some plans, like perhaps a hypothetical one before us or around us, swirling in the air, completely displaces that shared use. It focuses it so much on one particular type of user, which I may be, but I really feel that that is an overwhelming sort of capitulation to one particular interest, and it's just unfortunately not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. All right.
My name is Elise Duda, and I'm in 3rd grade, and I go to Mass Learning School in Freeport. My generation is addicted to electronics and is having a problem with obesity. That might change if we can get outside more. One way in Freeport we can do that is to make mountain bike trails at Hedgehog Mountain. Mountain biking is a family sport and really fun. I've been mountain biking with my 3 siblings since I was 4 years old. Kids in Freeport need more safe outdoor spaces, so I hope you consider this idea to build more mountain bike trails at Hedgehog Mountain. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. That was wonderfully done. Good luck following that.
Hi, I'm Matt Warner. I am with the New England Mountain Bike Association. I'm not here to convince you of anything, and let me just be very blunt. NEMBA doesn't, frankly, care that much at this point what you decide. My chapter alone covers the territory from Pownall all the way to the New Hampshire border. We have a lot of towns who are begging us to come work with them and a lot of land trusts asking us to come work with them, and we're happy to do that. Hedgehog would be an awesome place for trails, like a really nice trail system. It wouldn't be a trail system only for mountain bikes. We work with other user groups, including here, to design this trail plan everywhere we go, and we're incredibly careful to work with landowners and trail groups all along. The claims about, that being said, I've received emails and calls from a lot of folks, many of which have been well-reasoned, and there are perfectly legitimate reasons to oppose this proposal and to support the plan as it's before you, 100%. I've received some really irritating and obnoxious messages accusing me of lying to the council or misstating things or intentionally misleading the public. Look at where mountain bike trails are in Maine. Wildlife is replete. We work with the landowners in our trails in Gorham, the most heavily used trail system in the state of Maine, to close it every Saturday and during hunting season so hunters can come in and go hunting there, because there's a lot of wildlife in these networks. We don't scare wildlife away. We don't ruin ecology. We're incredibly careful not to do that. Frankly, I've never before had to stand up anywhere and be defensive about being aligned with environmental interests as a club whose entire point is to get more people outside into the woods to enjoy their time there. So again, do what you will. There are good reasons to support this. There are good reasons not to. We would love to work with the town, but it's up to you. I don't envy the position you're in, so good luck.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for being patient over the last couple of years.
Hi, folks. I'm Sarah Haggerty. I live on Hunter Road, which is just around the corner from Hedgehogs from there a lot. I also happen to have a master's degree in wildlife and fisheries conservation. I also have 30 years of experience in wildlife and fisheries biology and land conservation, and I currently work as a conservation biologist for a statewide nonprofit environmental organization. And I'm here to support the adoption of this plan. With the background I just explained, I've contributed to the development of these plans, and I've read a lot of these plans. This one's fantastic. It's really well done. The commission developed this plan in line with the commission's ordinance and the comprehensive plan that require the commission to keep its property, quote, predominantly in its natural, scenic, or open condition, while also, quote, providing opportunities to enjoy these places, protecting environmentally sensitive areas, and continuing to improve air and water quality. This plan accomplishes those goals. It balances the natural resource conservation with low-impact recreation. You mentioned we're talking about 25 acres off of 198. The property is popular, and there are a lot, and it's popular for a lot of reasons. Alex mentioned some of the users. Now that we've got snow, you can ski there, you can snowshoe there, bird watching, running, hiking, dog walking, and mountain biking. You can mountain bike there. I've mountain biked there. All of these uses coexist harmoniously because they're currently valued equally on landscape. The amount of trails and use that's out there also seems to be in balance with the existing ecosystem, where the native plants, natural communities, and wildlife can exist in their natural state. The proposal for an additional 6.3 miles of exclusive mountain biking trails on top of and in addition to the 5 miles of existing multi-use trails would upset that balance and put vulnerable natural resources at risk. The destruction and fragmentation of that much habitat would be detrimental to the wildlife and natural communities that are here now. We tend to think of deer when we think of wildlife. The vast majority of wildlife can fit in your hand. We're talking about songbirds, frogs, and mostly insects. The vast majority of the wildlife are insects. And the carving out of these trails disrupts their habitats, which means that they wouldn't be able to survive there in the same way. And I do have to differ. I do mountain bike, and I really like groomed trails, but they're really for mountain biking. You can't hike on them. You don't do other things on them, and they're not habitat. So we're really talking about an exclusive use, and at the end, if we were to go with the hypothetical project that we're talking about, one group would have significantly more trail miles than all of the other user groups combined. So I encourage you to stick to the facts, look to the greatest good for the land and the community as a whole, and support the professionals on the Conservation Commission and adopt the management plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
My name's Gerald Kennedy. I live on Pine Street. I've lived on Pine Street almost all my life. My complaint about this is that taxpayer money is going to be used on this project, and I think there's more need for taxpayers' money being used to make the roads in Freeport safer for bicyclists. I bicycle a lot in the summertime. I bicycle down Route 1 to the post office, to the library, to LL Beans, to Gritty's, to the bank. I go to church downtown. And it's really a hazard to be on your bike there. So that I roll the dice, I come down Main Street one way and I go back South Street the other way. On my street, on Pine Street, there's been 6 roads built onto it since in my lifetime, with numerous roads off of those roads. Probably around 200, 250 houses have added onto that street. There's been no redesign on Pine Street. That's a street that is curvy, hilly, and to ride your bike on it, or to walk on it, to walk your dog on it, and in my neighborhood now, there's kids are back. It's really a hazard, and I'd like to see the taxpayers' money being spent on the residents' safety as opposed to, I don't mean to cast aspersions on a 6-mile bike path on 25 acres of land, but I think we need to focus on the real parts of the town that this spending money on is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Hi, my name's Sean Hale. I live on Hunter Road in Freeport. I'm just here to support the Conservation Commission and voice my support for the management plan as is. I think the commission put a lot of time and effort and thoughtful process into that plan, and I think it's a good one, and I encourage the council to vote for it. I like mountain bikes. I think everyone here likes mountain bikes. It's nothing against mountain biking. I think the problem is that Hedgehog Mountain right now, and other people have said this more eloquently than me, but it has a very balanced use right now. You can walk there, you can run there, you can walk your dog, you can take your kids, you can bird watch, and you can already ride your mountain bike there. That bears repeating. You can already ride your mountain bike there. So it's a nice balanced use, and that use is also in balance with protection of natural resources. The commission took all that into consideration and updated their plan accordingly. I think this proposal to jam 6 miles of additional trails into a relatively small space would very much threaten and disrupt the current balanced use there. In addition to that, the only arguments I've heard for this are really 2. One is that it will help local businesses in some way. And I've seen 0 evidence really to support that. And I would say even if it were true, that is a completely inappropriate use of town-owned conservation land. It's not there to help local businesses make more money or, increase their bottom line. It's there to preserve natural resources and for recreational uses. It's not to enhance business opportunities. And the second argument I've heard in favor of the plan is to help people get in shape. We have an obesity epidemic. I'm all for people getting out and getting exercise. They can already do that there now. Take your bike there, ride around, burn off some calories. You can already do that. There is no reason to change the plan or change the use in such a dramatic fashion for that. You can already do that. So the case for this plan has just not been convincing to me. Again, I think the commission knows what they're doing, and I certainly trust the Conservation Commission to come up with a plan that is in the best use of the property and the users, and I support the plan as is. Thank you.
Hi, councilors. I'm Jim Ahern. I live on Sandy Beach Road. I've spoken before, so I'll keep it brief. And Dan, I want to address your point that we're here to consider the plan. But before I do that, I think our neighbor misspoke. My understanding is that no taxpayer money would go towards the mountain biking, and I just wanted to make sure that we get that in the record, because I think that's really important. A lot of people, and I really thank Tawny and Matt and everyone that's worked to bring this forward to the town. I had 2 points I just wanted to bring forth. One is just my support for the Conservation Commission and the scientific and the expert and qualified consideration that they brought to this. This was the people that put this report together are knowledgeable and they know what they're doing. And I feel like as neighbors, they're more than volunteers. A lot of them actually work in this field and otherwise get paid to do this. But here in Freeport, we're fortunate that they're volunteering to share their expertise with us. I'm very grateful for that. And then the other is my understanding, having read the ordinance, is that it's true the Conservation Commission has to review the plan, but they really don't need to make any recommendations time to time. They're supposed to review it every 5 years. And if they have changes they want to bring to the council, then it's up to them to make those recommended changes, and it's up to the council to consider those changes. So before you, they've updated the plan by giving an updated inventory of the natural conditions and the habitat and the soil and other landscape features. They've also been more precise in how they've contemplated some of the uses by specifying I think there was an elevation level above which there would be, certain restrictions on some of the uses. But before us tonight is not whether or not to accept the plan. We have a plan. It's to accept those changes. And if we don't accept the plan, my understanding is that we already have a plan, and that's the plan that we have. And I just wanted to clarify that I think, Councilor Fournier and Lawrence, I really appreciate your candid expression of your reservations. But my understanding of the reading of the town law here is that if we don't adopt the recommended changes, well, we're where we were. We don't move forward. And in the spirit of moving forward, I think the plan moves us forward. It improves our education and understanding of the landscape and the preserve. So thank you very much for all your time on this.
Good evening. I'm Peter Wagner. I live on Kendall Lane. I'm also the Director of Community Programs with RSU 5. The Hedgehog Mountain site is a place that I've enjoyed greatly on a personal level. Been out there with my family and friends for hiking and walking on a number of occasions. It's great. We also make regular use of it with our recreation programs and our kids programs in the Community Programs Office. It's a wonderful resource. When I first heard about the plans to perhaps redevelop or add development out there with additional mountain bike trails, on a personal level, is very, very exciting. Through the lens of what we can do for the community and the ways we can make use of that resource with the kids who are part of our program, it would be an absolute home run for the community, the ways we can get people out there onto those trails. Now, the way I understand what's in front of the council this evening is that the opportunity is to give us more time to think about what the proposal is. That the group who created the design created a design, not the only design that is acceptable for that site, and that the Conservation Commission in many regards responded to that singular design. There are lots of other opportunities for scaling this in a way that has the least amount of environmental impact but maximizes the use for mountain bikers in the future. And so I think that the real opportunity that the council has tonight is to give this more time so that it can make a fully informed decision that includes alternative designs for the mountain bike trails and also additional consideration of the environmental impacts. But I would very much encourage the council to take the time that it requires to leave the door open for something to be built out there for mountain bikers. Thank you.
Peter.
Good evening. I'm John Mead, Pleasant Hill Road, local business owner. I am a mountain biker, and I'm also a part-time environmental consultant. There are no fewer than 20 environmental locations within the town, some of which have been added in recently, new trails cut for walking. We have Pettingill, which is private. We have Wolf Neck Woods, Audubon, Bliss Woods, the stuff out at Ringrose, and there's abundant opportunities for people to walk in our town. It's great. We also have Hedgehog. I ride there. I've skied there, snowshoed there. The reasons for adding mountain bike trails like we see in Gorham are abundant. We have a group of children in this town that have no place to ride. I typically assemble a small cadre of kids, sons and daughters, some of the people in this room's children, put them in a truck, and we drive outside of Freeport to Gorham to the Yarmouth West Side Trail, to Gone Fishing 1 through 5 in Topsom, to Blackstrap, to the very trails that are pictured here because they are fantastic and they're there, and to the paid-for downhill mountain biking at Mount Abrams. I've done that several times with groups of kids, friends of my sons. The addition of local mountain bike trails in the town of Freeport. When I look at this town as, it's the home of Freeport, Maine. I worked in Japan. People knew what Freeport, Maine was about. It is be an outsider. It is activity, snowshoeing, skiing, fat tire biking in winter, and mountain biking. I think the fears of erosion are greatly exaggerated. I think that if people spent time on those trails that we ride in Gorham, they'd kind of understand that not only are those trails built and hardened and protected from erosion, but there is a very enthusiastic local group that maintains those trails, often volunteers. And the stewardship that we could see, and I know was here because there were 120 people in this meeting. The first time we broke it with Tawny, I counted maybe 6 people out of that crowd that were, somewhat adamantly against it. One of the complaints was parking. I think that's kind of irrelevant. You can park by Hunter Fields. But the idea that, whether you're hiking on trails or mountain biking on trails, bringing kids out in the woods so they understand what erosion is, how not to take shortcuts on switchbacks, whether you're hiking or whether you're biking, that you stay on the trail. Currently, there's no management plan for how Hedgehog is being used. The erosion was that me?
That's you, yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So I'm firmly in support of some trail addition to Hedgehog.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name's Guy Petrucci, and I live in Freeport. I'm long retired, fortunately. I've built 3 overseen both the creation and construction of 3 municipal parks in the state of Maine, and managed and overseen multiple state projects on public lands and state parks that deal with both the construction and the maintenance of trails and facilities. I'm not a scientist, just done it on the ground. Your management plan wisely talks about the intent of the property to be used for low-impact recreation and to allow visitors and residents to enjoy the property in its natural, open, undeveloped state, obviously with some improvements to make it accessible. You also talk about the challenges from both natural and man-made forces to just maintaining it in good condition. Change isn't always a wonderful thing, and growth isn't always the best thing. It would be appreciated if occasionally something that we as residents and community members, who comprise roughly 70% of the tax base in Freeport, could have and keep for ourselves something like Hedgehog, which is a very special place. Not to restrict its use, just not to alter and exploit every community resource that many of us have contributed labor and funding to enhance and enjoy relatively undisturbed in our own community. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy.
Hi, my name is Chalmers Hardenberg. I live here in Freeport. I just have one point, and that is that we've heard a lot about additional use, getting more people to Hedgehog, and one phrase keeps coming in my mind: you can love something to death. And I think if you start permitting the 6 miles of mountain bike trails and access to the top, you are going to love this place to death. Thank you.
Thank you, Chalmers.
Hi there, my name is Alan Pimentel. I am a resident of Freeport, Maine. I've only been here for half a year in Freeport, but I've been in Maine for a while now. I'm against sorry?
Welcome.
Thank you. I believe in mountain biking. It's great. I've been mountain biking since the mid-'80s when it was just a BMX bike in the woods. I also race bikes too. I've done about 300 races in 10 years. So when I mountain bike, I actually don't go to Hedgehog. It's fine to have mountain bike trails there. As far as the downhill section, it doesn't seem logical. It's not like it's going to bring any more, it's not going to increase the economy in Freeport. A lot of downhill mountain bikers, etc., they're looking at their newest bike. They're not going to spend time here. They're basically online looking for the new bike, a local shop ordering a new bike. They're not going to spend that much time here. It's a small amount of trails for the amount of destruction it does. Pineland Farm has 50 miles of trails. Bradbury has 18, and then you have the power lines, which you can ride for days. It's not like you can't get to these places. You can. Unfortunately, to go on the paved road is very dangerous. I've been hit by a car, so I don't even ride my mountain bike in the woods. I go onto the trails, the roads that are further away. Connecting the town to that location is difficult. So with the abundance of trails that are in front of you, it doesn't make sense to create more than what we need right now, if that makes sense. It's the mountain bike trails for the 6.2 or 6.3 miles that you're going to have a downhill. You can increase some trails, but it just doesn't make sense at this point. Consider what it's doing. If it's a smaller trail system, people are going through there, they're going faster. Unfortunately, I've been to places where dogs are not allowed on trail systems, mountain bike parks where dogs are not allowed on. It's okay not to have a downhill section. Everybody's going to be able to go through this area with bikes regardless. Other places, even places that are marked that say no biking, they're going to go. It's just one of those things. But the downhill section just doesn't make sense at this point. It's just kind of one of those things. Really consider what you're looking at here. If they're going to go downhill mountain biking, they're going to go to a mountain. The places where they're going to actually get in a car, they're going to make a day of it with their family. They're going to get everybody together. They're going to spend 5, 6, 7 hours out there. Take the lifts to the top and fly back down. It's really tough to have people being considerate too. As a mountain biker, a bike racer, I race in the Yarmouth Clam Festival, and when I'm on the trails with my family, no one stops.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Stevens from, where am I now? Moose Crossing again. The last gentleman that spoke, I heard him speak at the commission meeting the other night, and I didn't know he was going to be here. So my remarks included some that he gave to you directly, that these people love to race, and they're going to race, and they're going to go home. What I also heard there was that some people that use it now, I'm sure they can go maybe other places in town, but this is the place they go to do what they do. And they aren't going to feel comfortable, they say, if we got mountain bikers, that they have to compete with mountain bikers. And that's the way they see it. So I don't know. If people in town or companies want to support mountain biking, take some of that money and buy some land. Maybe LL Bean's got some extra land. Maybe they can throw some money onto their land, bring in truckloads and groom a great place. But you've got your commission, and you've got facts in front of you that have been presented to you by your commission. And their job, you told them that they're to prohibit activities detrimental to, among other things, erosion control. They've done that. They have experts, as others have spoken, on the board. They've consulted experts and sources of information. They've presented you with facts. Sure, if I was up there when I used to be up there, I remember trying to get a decision that would satisfy everybody in the room. It was a wonderful thing to aim for, and we'd say, "Oh, we'll go talk some more." They went back. They looked at it again. The facts are still that facts. They're not going to change that. The facts are what they are. This is a great recommendation. It does what you've asked them to do. Please approve it.
I have to speak after him. So Kathleen Sullivan, I also live at Moose Crossing, and I was here in January for another meeting and just heard the presentation that the New England Mountain Bike Association gave for this program. And they were absolutely clear that the reason for this, the proposal for the mountain bike trails was economic. It wasn't to get people out there riding bikes. It was to bring, quote, hundreds of people to Freeport from all over the state who would bring business to Freeport. So, what I would like us to begin to think about is, at what point do we say no to economic progress? Hasn't economic progress and development been what? Isn't that why the planet is in trouble right now? Isn't that what we're experiencing right now? Is that the push for economic growth has been what's gotten us into so much trouble? And at what point do we say no for the sake of the birds, the frogs, and the solace that's up there as well, and the beauty that's up there? So I asked my 11-year-old granddaughter, who is a great mountain biker. She loves mountain biking. She comes from a family of mountain bikers. I said, Addie, what about mountain bikes on the top of Hedgehog? Thinking she would think this was a really great thing. And she said, oh no, Gigi, not at the top of Hedgehog. Don't you know, she said, about ecosystems? They're all related, she said. If you're going to do something up there that's going to kill the trees, because you're going to have the trails up there are going to kill the roots to those trees. You kill the roots to the trees, you're going to kill the birds that are going to be able to live in those trees, and you're going to kill all the plants around those trees. Not there, Gigi, not there. So I say, not there, somewhere else. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Melville. I live on Cove Road. I will not be as eloquent as your granddaughter. Thank you. I just wanted to make one additional point on the science end, and also about the time, and also to address the point about this being whether it's gotten divisive. I think it's actually been a great conversation. A lot of people have come forward. A lot of people have gotten engaged that weren't engaged. People are coming to hearings. I was at the Conservation Commission meeting last week, and there were over 40 people there, and every single person from Freeport who spoke in favor of the plan and said, we care about this place. And it was a huge turnout. Imagine you heard that from Jake, who's there. So it was really a strong sense of community, and I really value that. The other thing I want to say is that on the science end of things, we've had a couple of months to vet this plan. We've had a couple of months for people in the community to look at it. And in our community, we're really lucky. I know of 2 professional wildlife biologists, 2 professional land managers, 1 environmental engineer, people expert in hydrology, several of us with advanced degrees from the Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Science, all of whom are experts. We've devoted our lives to looking at land and water and trails and getting people out on the land. That's what I did. I worked for the Trust for Public Land for years, getting people out on land. And we vetted the plan, and all of us have said, this is a good plan. We're really only limiting, this plan, as everybody has said, is really only limiting the future use on 25 acres. It's just saying at the top, 25 if Dan's numbers are right, more or less. And we have plenty of opportunity and time, as Jim said, to go forward with this plan, develop more mountain biking trails on the property, if that's appropriate. An accessible property, an accessible trail for everyone to use. The only thing that would be limited is intensive use of the summit. And if you allow intensive use by one group, the mountain bikers, what about the horseback riders? What about the snowmobilers? So I think that if we take an ecological perspective and a human-centered perspective, both at the same time, we really have a good plan. And I hope that you will reconsider your positions, councilman here in the end, and keep that in mind, because I really think that, you guys have done a great job. I think it was a smart thing to table it 2 months ago. It's given us all time to really look at it, to do more research, which I did. I reached out to some of my colleagues across the region on the impact of trails and wildlife. Happy to share that research with you. But I think it's been a thoughtful process, and I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and the time you're taking. And I really appreciate the council's hearing. I think it was interesting that nobody came out against the plan at that hearing. Everybody was in favor. I wish you'd all been there. It was a really strong showing of support for this place, and people love it. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'll be really quick. My name is Brooke Miller. I live on Upper Mass Landing, and I grew up in Freeport. I have 4 kids, and I'll just echo what John Mead said earlier, that we need a place that's safe to take our kids outside. There's a lot of walking trails. There's not a lot of great places to bike. I don't think if people want that really long, intense mountain bike ride, they're not going to come here. This is a place that could be a great place for kids in the community to come together, kids to meet after school. It would be a smaller trail system. It just would give more opportunities for kids to do things locally and in a safe environment. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Brooke.
My name's Ken Sparta. I live right down here on South Street. Recent move. I have a kid that is an avid mountain biker, and when I say avid, I mean he competes. Okay, he's good. He doesn't compete with kids anymore, he competes with adults. He has been since he was 14. And he doesn't understand why he keeps getting kicked off of trails all over this town. And he just sees this as another example of the adults don't want us here. No offense, you guys. But this is, a teenager, and that's the way he feels. And he does ride in Blackstrap, and he rides in Gorham. And now, thankfully, he also drives, so I don't have to drive him to these places. But I just remember, 29 years ago when we started putting mountain bike trails in at Bradbury Mountain. And there were a lot of people that felt that was going to ruin everything there. You can walk those trails now, and there's bugs, there's frogs, there's everything that you find in the rest of the ecosystem that we have around us. And I say that as somebody that's spent years of my life developing trails with different organizations. And I know that, there's an idea of pushing this forward, and I actually think one of my biggest issues with this town lately has been how divisive we are on local politics, and how we're butting heads, and we're saying, well, this is a great idea for a different spot. Not this spot in town. We should move it over here. So thanks, guys. Give us a couple more months. Let's talk about it. It's not going to hurt anything.
Thanks, Ken. Anybody else in the room? We still have some folks on Zoom who I imagine might want to speak. Hands up, do we have?
You said that, we now get 2 hands up on Zoom, so I'm assuming we'll get
maybe more. Okay.
all that by the time we're done.
Thank you, guys. It's hard to believe it was about 2 and maybe 3/4 of a year ago. I was behind this dais when the downtown revision was coming out, and there was so much enthusiasm about developing things to get outside. This was by no means an effort of the Chamber, of FEDC, or the Council. It was actually a request of our residents. And this room has varied in its support. This room has been full with mountain bike supporters. Conservation Commission meeting the other night was filled with people against it. I never thought, when I first started this, that this would ever divide our community to the degree that it has. I thought the challenge would be funding. So we thought, but businesses have stepped up because they supported it. Never did I think that it would divide our community in this way. Bikes. I only play one role. I had learned shortly into this process that we'd be working with the Conservation Commission, which I think is fantastic, because I am not an expert in environmental and erosion and trail systems like that. We quickly partnered. We invited NIMBA to join us. NIMBA said, what? We usually have to beg to get in. You're inviting us? So it was a different experience. Maine Trail Builders has been phenomenal. They've dedicated so many volunteer times. NIMBA alone, Matt alone, has dedicated 200 hours of volunteer time trying to come up with a plan. I think what saddens me is that we really didn't come together, though. You know, Ed, you asked us 2 months ago to come together and have a collaborative discussion. What could work? I mean, are we only allowed in the valley? You know, but that work never happened. There was never a time that we collaborated. My favorite slogans were better and stronger together, but we have not been that way, and it saddens me. I think as we want to have this downtown revision go forward, one of the reasons why we hired the principal group, the main reason why we hired the principal group, is because they're known as bringing the community together. And with that alone, we will succeed. Von Della Curtis said, we're closer now than we've been in 20 years. That's success. Coming together as a community, we are divided. We're divided in this room. I think we do need time. I think we all need to come together so that I can understand the science better. We haven't had those discussions at one table. So that Matt can have his trail builders redesign the trail system out of respect for what the concerns are. I would love that. NIMBA's reputation is about respecting the environment. By all means, that's what we'll continue to do. But we need time to do that. We need a table to sit at to have those discussions, to keep this project alive, and to move forward as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Towning?
And I think I would add to it, we need to thank NIMBA for being here. We asked them to be here. This was not a terrible group who was coming to us. They're known for environmental concerns. They're known for environmental support. Even you all said that you can write in other areas. It's not an environmental issue in other areas. So I think it's coming together to figure out how we can win on both sides. This is not about hurting the environment. It's about helping our community find a place to be in the environment that works for all of us. And you say we shouldn't worry about economic development. Well, I am president of FUDC. I do worry about economic development. I do live in Freeport. I do worry about my tax base. And I would love to have younger population come here and enjoy Freeport. I think it's important for us to always be thinking about that. So I think we need time to figure out how we can come together as a community. I really want to be the community that Maine looks at to say they've made it happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. For those on Zoom, if you want to start putting your hands up, we'll deal with the Zoom folks after.
Yeah, do you want to let the Zoom folks go first, or want me to go?
Go for
Okay,
it.
all right. Ben Shepard, 17 Champagne Lane. I serve on the Conservation Commission. Have for a few years. Also serve as a steward for Florida Lake. I just want to address the discussion that this has become a very polarized, divisive issue in town. To address that, I don't see it that way. I don't think we should be bothered by the debate that's occurred. Our chair, excuse me, our chair, Ryan Burke, spent a good part of 2021 trying to get NIMBA in the chamber to come before the Conservation Commission when we were hearing discussions of this mountain bike proposal at Hedgehog Mountain. We were able to have them come to the commission December of 2021. We could have, as the commission, just heard the proposal from NIMBA and the chamber and voted in. But that would have completely cut off a year's worth of healthy and necessary debate because this is a project, and a project of this scale and magnitude requires careful study and debate. I'm thankful for the council for hosting the public hearing back in June. That was a very nice venue to be able to vet the proposal. If you could have only seen at our last Conservation Commission meeting, I think that was the most highest attended meeting we will ever have on the Conservation Commission. And as I said at that meeting, I think only after that point, for me, on the Conservation Commission, did I get a full picture of all the viewpoints of this proposal here. So again, I would not be troubled by the debate. I don't see it as divisive. It's not polarizing. It's just this is how it works on projects here. You know, you've seen this, and you can look in the public record, you can look in our minutes to see how many times we have discussed this over the past year. We have the new revised management plan that is before you. I know members of the Conservation Commission have met with NIMBA and the Chamber on multiple occasions to talk through options and alternatives. So to me, this has been fully vetted to this point. So I think the council tonight has all the information it needs to determine whether the management plan, as proposed, should get voted or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, my name is Brielle Hodgkin. I am 16 years old, and I live in Freeport. And from what I have observed tonight, I don't have a ton of background knowledge on this topic. I only know a certain amount. But from what I have observed, I think that more time to discuss this and think about this and plan this is important because, and I think people need to really have an open mind because, I mean, from what I've observed in this room tonight, I've seen people with very strong opinions, and then I've also seen people being very engaging and listening to others, and I've also seen people not doing that. I've seen people, like, half the people in this room are texting, and I, like, going to school, I am, like, yelled at every day in class for being on my phone and not paying attention, and I think it's very important for people to have an open mind about this and be willing to accommodate, but also take the time to do that and take the time to talk about this more. So, thank you.
Thank you, Brielle.
Andrew Arsenal. I guess I'm on the pro mountain bike side. I'm not a mountain biker. I used to ride a bike on the road when I was younger, even into an adult age. I live on Route 1 where it's not really safe to ride a bike much. I walk so I can face traffic because everybody's on the cell phone, or they're smoking weed because I can smell it coming out the window. So you get a contact high when the cars go by, and they're usually weaving. So unfortunately, I served 3 terms on the Conservation Commission quite a while ago, and I understand the great work they try to work on all the time, and I'm glad there's more people on it now because sometimes we didn't have everybody for a meeting. But I think it's the council's job to make the decision, to direct and say what you want up there, and then work with the Conservation Commission to have them help you with that goal. And if you vote for this tonight and you don't give some direction on that you want to work on mountain bikes on that hill, then it's lost. And we might as well put up a sign down on my end of town. We just say no in Freeport because we fight about the housing next door so nobody can live on Main Street. We fight about everything. We fight about the color of trees down on Route 1. Where's the gateway to Freeport? All we say is no most of the time. No, that's my space. I walk over there. No, that's my spot. I put my boat over there. No, you can't have a mooring in front of my house because I don't want to look at it. So it's time we started saying yes. I'm 65. Daryl's a little older than me. We grew up in Freeport. We rode dirt bikes over the top. I mean, you know, we're not asking for a mountain climb up there or, you know, or a mud race up there. We're asking for bikes that don't have a motor, don't make a smell, don't make any noise. And we get some young people that are younger than us to come to town and ride a bike. And I am concerned about the economic of town because our tax bills will go up when the tax base in the middle of town goes down. And a town that's not economically viable as well as residentially viable, they go together. When I was young, my father had to quit the shoe shop and go take another job because 5 or 6 shoe shops fell. The town went dead. And it was tough. And when you see what's going on downtown, empty rents, rents are going down, what's going to happen? We can all sit around, if we got a nice trust fund or we got enough money coming in, oh, I can pay my taxes, no big deal. But, you know, it's part of a viable town. Economics are the lifeblood of everybody, whether you live in a house and work in Portland or you live in Freeport and the storefronts downtown help us. And they're part of the community. Wilbur's Chocolates, got a big local guy, got a storefront, couple storefronts in Freeport. Edgar Layton had one on the corner for years. Those are local people, and there's more local people. And we want to encourage local people to open up small shops in town. And when you say, the economics in downtown don't count, that sends a message. So please give us some more time. Please give some direction. And I think there's a way to work this out. But without the mountain bikes, there's no help on the trails. You know, people make erosion too. So when the mountain bike people come, they say they'll help the erosion on the foot trails. So that's a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Hi.
Microphone's fine, just
Okay, sorry, do not touch or move the microphone, sorry. Should I move it back? No.
Yeah, move it back, actually.
Yeah.
It works better if it's straight, pointing up at the ceiling.
Straight up.
Yeah. Perfect.
No, not that
You broke it. Sorry.
I'll send you a bill.
Okay, Dan, good start. My name's Dan Walker. I live on 37 Hidden Oaks Drive in Freeport. Thank you for having me tonight. Thank you for entertaining this issue. So I think I was here at the public hearing, and I think one of the things I spoke, which I want to reiterate, is that I use the trails in town as much as anybody, probably, and I mostly run on those trails. And I last count, there's probably there's a system of over 30 trails and 30 networks of trails in town. Not one of them are designed for mountain biking or really used for mountain biking. I went to the Conservation Commission meeting the other night. I was hoping it was going to be more of a back and forth, but it was just like one speech after another. It was okay. I mean, people said what they wanted to, but there was no room, I felt, so I didn't participate in a back and forth discussion there. I think some of the things I heard there were that, well, why don't we just go to the other towns and mountain bike? Why don't we go to Yarmouth? Why don't we go to Cumberland? Why don't we go to Falmouth? Why don't we go to Pownell? Why don't we take some responsibility for ourselves and create some trails here in our own town in a responsible way? Yes, the version of the trails that came up for Hedgehog was a little bit, it was a lot. And I think for people to see, what comes, from the top of that to have, a number of trails, I think it's a lot. But I think there's a compromise to be had there. There could be, and we can talk about what that could look like. I know I'm out there, I know that section as well as anyone, and I know there's a lot of places that could make phenomenal mountain biking out there that people don't even go to half the parts of that place. So I think we should take the time to discuss and compromise these positions. And I think there's also different ways to design mountain bike trails. I think some can be flow trails, some can be other trails that are a little bit more, better for the habitat. I also know that there are a lot of beautiful places in Freeport. And I don't want to take away what's special about Hedgehog, because it is special. And people who live around there. But I know probably the last 3 times I've been going around there, I've had to compete with people blasting out at the gun range out there. And that happens more often than not out there, where I'm running with my dog, and there's someone shooting in the right next to the transfer station, and they're blasting away. I think that is probably a lot more harmful to the wildlife than someone whisking by on a bike. So I think there's a solution here. If not there, where? Around town. Part of mountain biking is mountain. We don't have a lot of that terrain in the town. So I think we should take a hard look at this, take a deep breath, and talk about it, and see if we can come to a compromise here.
Thank you, Dan. All right.
I'm not talking.
Anybody else in the room? We do have some hands up on Zoom.
3 Zooms.
3 Zoom people.
TV, so now can cast its pale white glow on whoever's standing at the podium.
Was there any? So who's first up on Zoom?
Stephanie, Katrina, Derek, Kara, in that order.
All right. So Stephanie, you're first up. So as soon as you can unmute, feel free to jump in and give us your 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Stephanie Millette, and I live at 2 Emmingford Lane in downtown. And I am hoping the council either puts a pause on the plan or doesn't approve the latest draft of the management plan for reasons that address some of the opposition's confusion around why any resident who's not a business owner would support the proposal. Hedgehog is valuable to community members like me who live and work in Freeport and try not to put a lot of miles on their car. I might not have a half hour to commute to Pineland or Bradbury or Falmouth in between kid errands and my job, but I can certainly around the corner from exit 22 and stop off at Hedgehog. When I think around about Freeport resources and try to put myself in your shoes as council members, I look at the strengths of other towns that we don't have. And a central multi-use trail system is a resource I had when I lived in South Portland, and it's a resource I used to love when I visited friends in Cape Elizabeth. And I think it would be ideal for the Hedgehog location, not because of the mountain, but because it's near a private school, a transfer station, and 2 athletic fields, Pownell Road Field and Hunter Field, environments already frequented by town families on a regular basis. If you stop by a multi-use trail near Kettle Cove or South Portland, you can't help but smile at the community members who are coming out of their cars by bike, trail strollers, sneakers who are enjoying the fresh air on those trails. They go to the South Portland fields, they unload the kids for the soccer drills, and they tell the older ones, hey, take off on your bike down the trail, just be back in an hour when your cell phone starts binging at you. I want to see you back in the car. Now, with proper investments into a multi-use trail system to the likes of what NEMBA has offered, that's unmatched by any resource agency in Freeport I'm aware of after watching several of these meetings. And the trails in the parking area are going to need resources, and those trails would need resources. This kind of environment only exists right now to families like mine who want to drive out to another town, Bradbury or Pineland, and everyone talks about affordable access until a local family actually speaks up. Right now, if we drive to one of those properties, we typically have to pay an access fee. We also have to waste the additional gas dollars and the carbon emissions along the way. So from this perspective, it's been frustrating to watch the mischaracterization of this project by proponents for increased outdoor access and decreased gas emissions come out in total opposition to some of the families and proponents speaking up for the project. I'm a walker and a trail runner who loves multi-use systems, and one of the reasons that I explained last meeting is that I have chronic joint issues and injury. I tore my ACL in a ski injury 5 years ago, and I will always run looking for what I could trip on. And one of my favorite things about properly maintained systems is that I can run for long distances without the technical challenges of exposed routes, blowdowns, or off-leash dogs. All 3 of those obstacles are documented regularly at Hedgehog now. On all trails and trail finders, you can see it, and it goes back to 2009. The commission may be providing all the Yale scientific research and planning they like, but that's just paper, unless it's backed up by actual quality stewardship. And that's what I think the opposite side, quote unquote, is offering to bring to our town.
Thank you, Stephanie. It looks like
Katrina, Derek, Kara in that order. Second, Katrina, and you will be up.
And we've got more to follow after that, so if we didn't call your name, you're still up there.
Katrina, Kara, Ethel in that order. Go ahead, Katrina.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
I'm Katrina Van Duzen. I live in the hinterlands at 16 Birch Point Road. When my husband got home tonight, he thought that the hills of Flying Point were a little slipperier than I might want to traverse, so I'm happy for the Zoom opportunity. I've spent most of my career working in land use planning and land conservation, and I have been in many situations where we're trying to weigh the challenges that we're trying to weigh here. I encourage you to accept the plan presented to you by the Conservation Commission. A bevy of qualified people from the Conservation Commission and the community make the same recommendation. Over the months that we've been deliberating the fate of Hedgehog Mountain, I've come to think we're trying to figure out if we're protecting rural assets or developing suburban infrastructure. Is the Hedgehog Mountain property a preserve or a park? Allowing construction of mountain bike trails from the summit and throughout the property will tip it from preserve to park. People develop land all the time. They cut down trees, excavate dirt, build things, and that can be done to this land too. I just don't think that's what many people think is desirable for this property, nor is it how the Conservation Commission has been managing it, nor do I think that's what was envisioned when the town purchased it, although I haven't looked that language up exactly. If the town does intend to turn Hedgehog into a park, the town had better gear up to take on a whole lot of increased management needs and expenses. And I think if conversations continue the way people are suggesting tonight, let's not be naive about what we're all getting into. I would like for Hedgehog to remain a place where people share the space for the special variety of trees, plants, and wildlife that are there. You've heard me say before, I love that beech forest behind the mountain. Reading and hearing what Derek Lovich from Freeport Wild Bird Talk said about how there's no longer magnolia warblers or Canada warblers there made me sad. I've been hoping to see and hear and identify warblers in my retirement, but I'll see if I can find them somewhere else. Derek also reported that wood thrush have moved on after the well-intended clearing of the understory of the old foundations at Hedgehog. I really feel that loss. Hearing the song of the wood thrush gives me great pleasure and probably many other people. So I hope that we will continue to work together to keep Hedgehog a diverse, intact, and natural community. And I think that involves adopting this plan from the Conservation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina.
All right. So we have Kara Ethel Mason in that order. Go ahead, Kara, you're live.
Hi, thank you so much for, so I'm Kara Pudkaminer. I live near Katrina, down on some snowy roads, so also did not want to drive in, and thanks everyone who did come in on this snowy evening. I guess what I'm hearing in this conversation, and I'm happy to put my own biases on the table. I do enjoy mountain biking. I don't want to drive very far. I moved to Freeport in the last few years, and what I find really frustrating is I have to drive right through Freeport to go somewhere else to do the things that I enjoy. I don't think it's conducive to building a community here, and that makes me sad. I work on renewable energy and sustainable transportation. I would love to not have to drive to another community to do the things outside that made me want to work on renewable energy and protect the environment in the first place. What I hear a lot in this conversation is what we call NIMBYism, not in my backyard. It can go somewhere else, just not here. Well, where, right? Like, what I'd really love to hear is solutions of what's the alternative? Where is someone else bringing a solution to the table, and how can we get to yes? How can we develop something that can bring the community together that can meet these needs? It's really easy to stop and say, well, we need more time to figure this out, and that can just go on forever and it can never happen. But how do we actually find that consensus in a way? We're never going to please everyone. I don't think that that's a reasonable expectation. And with one project, we can't serve all needs. But when we look across the community, we can do that, right? Through a suite of activities. I would love to see some mountain bike trails there. I would love to reduce my own carbon emissions and the carbon emissions of other people so that we can preserve the environment more broadly, because I'll just bring my own pessimism to the place. If we don't solve climate change, we're not going to be worried too much about the plants that are there, because the whole planet will be destroyed. So we do have to think about these things collectively, and just really encourage folks to find a way to yes. I think there's solutions out there, and I encourage everyone to work towards those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara.
Okay. Ethel and Mason and Derek are on deck. Go ahead, Ethel.
Hi there, my name is Ethel Wilkerson. I live on Elm Street in Freeport. I'm a former member of the Conservation Commission many, many years ago. And I'm just a little concerned about the casting of this I guess, this issue as divisive, saying that, it's anti-mountain bike. I don't feel that the plan presented by the Conservation Commission is anti-mountain bike. They say that they don't feel that mountain bikes are appropriate for a small portion of the property, and that which they have, I think, pretty well documented with soils maps, just to clearly delineate what part of the property is vulnerable to erosion and overuse. There are many other acres of the property which they are not saying no to development. It might not be what the mountain bike planning, the original plan entailed, but I think to call, there is a compromise, but maybe it's not the Conservation Commission that needs to compromise. Maybe it's increasing the vision for the mountain bike trails onto the portion of the property that is not the summit. So I just ask you to think about why it was cast that way, that the Conservation Commission is the party, or the supporters of this plan are the ones that are being polarizing and not compromising. That maybe there is another way to have some of the same benefits of recreation trails on Hedgehog Mountain, but just not in the place that has been identified as vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethel.
Okay, Mason, and then Derek is on deck. Anybody else that wants to speak beside Mason and Derek in the Zoom audience, please put your hand up. Go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, my name is Mason Morfitt. I live in District 3. It's my impression that about 90%, 95% of the council's enthusiasm for the mountain bike proposal is based on its promise of economic development as alleged by the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Group. The Conservation Commission has spent a lot of time documenting the environmental values of Hedgehog Mountain and the damage presented by the mountain bike proposal. So far, to my knowledge, the Chamber of Commerce has provided no evidence whatsoever that mountain bike trails will produce significant benefit to the Freeport economy. There are experts available to estimate such potential benefits, but I've seen no data to that effect. The idea to me that Hedgehog Mountain, only 4 miles closer to Freeport than Bradbury, is laughable on the face of it. But I stand ready to be proved wrong by empirical data. I therefore hope that the council will seek the facts about the potential economic development aspects of this project before acting. Otherwise, I think it would be irresponsible, and I think it could significantly detract from the credibility of the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mason.
Okay, Derek, you are up.
We got Derek and then Kristen, and then I'm going to cut off the debate. I think we've probably heard from everybody we need to hear from anyway. But if there are others, we spent well over an hour on it, over and above the public hearing we had last month. So we got Derek, we got Kristen, and then we'll take it back up at the council.
Thank you, council members. Really appreciate being able to call in through Zoom here in the backwoods of Durham. The roads are not quite passable, and I'm recovering from shoulder surgery, not mountain bike related, that limits my ability to be upright for the several hours we've been here tonight. I am currently a resident of Durham, RSU 5, been here since October. Previous to that, I was a resident of Pownell for nearly 18 years, living not far beyond the Freeport border on Elmwood Road. At the time, I was a member of the Pownell Conservation Commission, a member of the Bradbury Pinelands Corridor Advisory Committee. My wife and I founded the Bradbury Mountain Raptor Research Project. We are founding sponsors of Feathers Over Freeport with Bradbury Mountain and Wolf's Neck Woods State Parks. That brings 800 visitors a year on a single weekend to the 2 state parks in April. I've also been conducting an informal breeding bird survey at Hedgehog Mountain for nearly 15 years as a career biologist before my wife and I opened Freeport Wild Bird Supply here in town nearly 18 years ago. I want to be brief, or as brief as I possibly can be, because anyone, including the Conservation Commission, knows I could spend all night talking about birds. So I will apologize for reading from a mostly prepared statement here, but I call the council to look at some of the data I presented in a letter and so on. So I give my resume here because I'm not speaking in hypotheticals. I'm speaking about my experience here in town and at Hedgehog Mountain Park as a birder, a tour guide, and a biologist. My letter outlines some of my concerns and some of the facts that we have to present. Instead of chasing this hypothetical buck and hoping for more visitors to a place that already has a quantifiable draw for members of the local community and visitors from both near and far, we should be looking at preserving the Hedgehog Mountain Park. Erosion is already occurring and is greatly accelerating forest deterioration. However, there is simply no similar patch of forest in town that represents the healthy, mature, deciduous-dominated forest once common in Maine's heavily developed coastal plain. The birds, plants, and wildlife that depend on it are mostly still found here in the park, as are the wildlife watchers who come to see those and enjoy those species. Therefore, I urge the council to adopt the scientifically sound management plan that was unanimously approved by the Conservation Commission. It will protect the forest that is unique. It's not about being for or against mountain bikes or even mountain bike parks. I think a mountain bike park in or around town would be a great idea, but it's about smart projects in the places that are appropriate for them. I do not believe this is one of those places due to the type of forest that's represented on the slopes of Hedgehog Mountain. It's just not one of the places that this works for heavy, mechanized, intensive development. And the Conservation Commission's exhaustive treatment of the issue clearly demonstrates that. So again, I urge you to support the plan. Thank you.
Good timing. Thank you, Derek. All right, we've got one more. Kristen's going to bring us home, and then we'll bring it back up here. Kristen, when you're ready.
Somehow I spoke for exactly 3 minutes.
Hi there.
Hi, Kristen.
Yeah, so I wrote to the town council a few weeks ago, and there's been many very well-spoken, well-educated people speaking on this issue. So I had not intended to speak, but I am finding it really interesting to not be in the room, and not being there. I'm not really sure what the feel is in the room, but I have not sensed during this process or tonight a sense of division. So what I have noticed, I feel like the conversation's gotten very convoluted, because this plan does not eliminate the option of working with NEMBA. It's about and NIMBYism isn't always, or not here is not always NIMBYism. I think we're just kind of straying away from being objective. The commission has a charge. They're carrying out that charge. They did due diligence. It's scientifically based, what the recommendation is. And I think part of the problem that has gotten the state of the world where we are now is that we don't accept science and apply it objectively at the right time. The conversation here is about the summit. The summit is a fragile environment. They have backed that up with scientific facts. And I think it's been a really robust process, and the council has a job to do tonight. And it's just to accept the findings of the commission and accept their management plan, because that's what it is. It's a management plan. And then a whole other process can start to take place about finding places for mountain bike trails that are accessible and appropriately sited. And the other thing you have to remember or keep in mind is that when private landowners choose to either give land or sell land to a town, there is some element of, sometimes they are called trusts. This is not a trust property, but you have to remember the spirit of the intent for which it is given. And I believe the way this site has been managed and used is probably in the spirit of the family that once owned it intended. This is just too dense a trail system for this very compact location. And I think you have a job to do here tonight, is to just accept the management plan, because it's been 5 years, and that's what you do every 5 years.
Thank you, Kristen. So, thank you all for braving the weather to be here, for being patient on Zoom. I would characterize it more as a debate rather than a division, and I think it's a healthy one. And I thank everybody for being respectful in the debate and keeping us out of the newspaper for the wrong reason. Happy to be in the newspaper for the right reasons. So with that, I'll open it up to the council for kind of final deliberations before we call for a vote. It was not an official public hearing, so we don't need to officially close it. We never officially opened it since we had that in January. Councillor Bradley.
Wow. Anybody want to be a town councilor? I agree with Dan when he says this has been a debate. I'm proud of this town. I'm proud of the people who have cared enough about it to come forward on both sides of the discussion to present their views. And I think to some extent, each group of people who have spoken on either side have done so in good faith and with the best interests of the town at heart. I think I've been thinking about this day and night, both because people are reaching out to me, asking me to think about it, and because I think it's a critical issue in the town today, given what we're doing in both the downtown and what the Conservation Commission has done in its evaluation of this gem that we call Hedgehog. I want to start with talking about the role of the council, because it informs to some extent me in my determination about how to vote. We have been asked to approve the recommendations of the Conservation Commission. We have not been asked to accept them or to receive them. And that's a distinction I think that should matter to every councilor. Essentially, we're being asked to exercise an independent judgment that goes beyond the kinds of concerns and considerations we've delegated to the Conservation Commission, while paying great respect and deference to them within the range of their discretion and within the range of the authority that we've delegated. I think approval in this context means balancing the issues and the interests that the town has with respect to all of these things. And that's how I'm approaching this. And again, without being facetious or humorous, I think that I'll just say that's how I'm approaching this. I have a responsibility to exercise an independent judgment and to do a balancing. I do think, and it's why I responded to Dan earlier, that we are being asked in this moment to decide between two legitimate competing interests. One, the sanctity of Hedgehog Mountain and its purity as a place of seclusion, of peace and comfort, and a recreational opportunity called mountain biking, which brings to the town some benefits that I don't think accrue just to the businesses, nor do I think just to the residents, but I do think fit within the scope of kinds of interests and concerns that this town has been committed to considering for 2.5 years in the downtown revisioning. And I say that as both a member of the council who's followed it closely, but also as a former member of the FEDC. So it's in my heart to know what kind of work has been done by lots of people, including a number of the people who oppose mountain biking on the top of Hedgehog, for rebranding us and giving us a place of experience that goes beyond what has been here before. So when I listen to the two points of view, I don't think that there's much difference. I just think what's happened is that there's difficulty reaching any decision when there's information that's critical that's missing. I think there's missing information. I think that the people who have said that the chamber has not brought forward a research effort or a marketing effort to determine what the value is is to the downtown or to the residents are right. I can't, from the record I've read, and I've read it all, I've listened to people, I've been at meetings and I've listened to meetings. I don't see a body of information that I can use to help me make a judgment as to what the benefit is to the town. Now, I understand you can go to the ends of the rabbit hole and never have enough information, but I don't see any real body of information that informs me in that regard. So I agree with those comments that have been made by people, maybe Mason most recently, to say that benefit needs to be better defined. And Mason, by the way, suggested we take the time to define it. I know people here don't agree with that, but that's what he said. On the other hand, I also think that the Conservation Commission's scientific base for its plan, while informed by science and informed by people who work in science, doesn't start with the benefit of knowing what the trail bike plan is. We don't have anywhere in this record a construction plan that shows what this mountain bike trail will be. And today we had a guy here who I've been here meeting after meeting who represents mountain bikers who speaks to their environmental commitment, as did a number of the mountain bikers who stood up in front of us and said this won't hurt the environment to the extent to which the Conservation Commission projects it will. As a counselor, someone who's being asked to make a balance between those two things, I don't have the information about the impacts of this. I have the fear, which is well planted and well watered and well groomed, use that term, that this will have significant adverse impacts on a jewel in our town. And if I believed it would, I wouldn't vote for it. But in terms of someone who's being asked to make the balancing judgment, I don't have the information that allows me to make that. So what I'm going to propose is this, that we take the time, and I don't know how much time that is, not forever, but the time to take to develop the information that would allow this council to make the decision I think it's got to make for the town and for the people who have come before us on both sides, and say to the chamber, pay for the research, pay for the market work that shows and describes the benefits that this has for the community so councilors can make that judgment. I'm also going to say to the chamber, pay for the work. And I know it's hard to pay for work when you don't have an approval of something, but pay for the work that's necessary to determine what this mountain bike plan will be as a matter of construction. What trees will it dig under? What embankments will it be? What will be the slope? What will be the angles of this? So that experts who are used to making these judgments, including those on the Conservation Commission, can have an actual factual basis for what's being proposed. It isn't in this record. I also think that it's really hard now that this has gotten to this point where there's a fair debate going on between groups that are very different about how they approach this and have values that are quite different, and at least to date, to make that judgment based on expertise that's inherent in either of those groups. I'm going to propose to the council that it raise the money that's necessary to find an independent outside expert from a university system somewhere or in some consulting group that does this sort of stuff to review the actual plan so that we can have advice in addition to the deference that should go and will go to the Conservation Commission on the environmental elements. If this is as an extreme threat to Hedgehog Mountain as it's being portrayed, I don't know how anybody could vote for it. But if this plan doesn't do that, as was described earlier by the people who not only do mountain biking, but do it out of respect for the environment, if that's what the result is, then I think there is a compromise that would allow the best of both worlds to occur in our community. I hope that the council will accept that. That's going to be my amendment to the proposal, that we approve this plan. And then if that's defeated, then I will have to make my judgment about how to vote without the information that I think is necessary for me to make a rational judgment about the competing interests. So I wanted to be totally transparent. I swear to God, I've worked hard on this. I have listened, I've read, I didn't sleep. This is hard stuff, guys. Anybody who wants to be a counselor, take it. You can have it. But it's a really important issue, not only from the point of view of the environment, but a point of view of the development of the town that we're all engaged in. So I thank you all for being here. I thank the Conservation Commission, and I hope none of what I've said is taken as anything other than full respect for what they've done, and out of a recognition that maybe we have one more step to take as counselors. And I also thank everybody who's come out for the community and taken your time and gotten off your couches and gone out and taken pictures in the snow, and then called your counselor to come talk to him about what you've seen. And all of that helps and matters. So I'm proud of the community for this discussion, and I hope we can go forward with developing more information, which may lead us where it leads us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bradley. Anybody else care to weigh in? Councilor Fournier?
Ed, you got me thinking. So, I agree with you, and I think it's an important discussion. Where I'm troubled at is, does a yes vote tonight stop the project? If a yes vote stops the project from moving forward, I'm not going to vote yes. Do we table this? Do we table this again? And I don't like kicking the can down the road, because I've said a lot of times we do that, but I think this warrants a little more time to take your idea, Ed, and to look at this. And do we table it with a time specific, 2 or 3 months, to come up, take the time, take a breath, look at this. Hedgehog is a gem. And the more we have, I think we do need that time, and I agree with you, Ed. I don't think we are in the position tonight to make that right decision. So I would certainly be in favor of tabling this and getting more information that hopefully can come to a resolution that could be a win-win in this, and I think we can get there.
Councilor Lawrence.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. You were very eloquent tonight. I thought that was great what you said, and I agree with both of you that we don't have the right information. And this has been what the problem I had with voting for this plan, is that the conversation ends if we vote yes, because the bicycle trails wouldn't, if we had bicycles. And I'm not sure we should put them up there. I'm not sure we shouldn't put them up there. However, by voting yes tonight, this says we're not putting them there. And I think this is the kind of necessity that creates invention to make things possible to do what we couldn't do before. So, and I was told tonight we're not voting on the trails. This plan doesn't make us vote on the trails. Right. We're voting on the trails. So that's the problem I have with the plan. And if we take that one line out, we're not voting for the trails, we're not voting against it, it just allows us to continue the conversation. So I can't, because of that line, because I don't have enough information, say, yes, let's go with this plan. And you're right. If the independent council comes back and says, hey, this is really what's going to happen, and I know we have a lot of people that have had a lot of knowledge, I'm still unsure. I'm still unsure about what would happen up there. It's already happening now, and we don't have it. Maybe we shouldn't allow walking up to the summit, only because that causes, your foot is a lot wider than a bicycle tire, right? And I'm not recommending that. I don't know. So I can't vote because of that line. If we took it out, we could have the plan. I think the plan's a good one. I think a lot of work's been done to it. I'm very appreciative of all the work that's been done to it. But that one line just ends any possibility of anything else. And I don't like, I'm a politician, I guess. I don't like limiting my possibilities, right? So, or my options, limiting my options. But this was not supposed to be a vote on the trails. It is because of that line, and that's what makes a plan political, not a plan.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're in a tough spot. I think, to clarify process, if we vote to accept the changes to the plan, it says specifically no mountain bikes are allowed over 180 feet. If we don't vote to accept the new management plan, The old management plan says no mountain bikes in the summit area. So if we vote yes, no mountain bikes at the summit. If we vote no, no mountain bikes at the summit. The only vote that allows mountain bikes at the summit is if we vote to override what the Conservation Commission is recommending to us and saying, thank you for the effort you put in, we disagree, and we have something different that we want to propose. There may be reasons for doing that, you know, to the points that are brought up. Maybe more information will change our minds, depending on where we start with. My hunch is, if we ask for more information, we'll get, there's some economic benefit to the town, and we can debate how to quantify that. We'll get some information that says there's some environmental damage to the environment. If you build a trail, you're going to damage the environment. And we'll be left with weighing, is this a use that we think is important enough and valuable enough because of what the community wants and the economic benefit to outweigh the damage that will do to the environment, which is probably the best way we'll be able to allow mountain biking is to build the trails properly and minimize the damage, but there will be some damage. I don't know that more information is bound to be persuasive in one direction or the other.
Without seeing it.
Without seeing it, because I think it's that economic benefit is difficult to quantify. It's estimates. It's you know, I don't want to say guesses because it's more than that. It's educated guesses, but it's estimating based on other communities and other experiences how many more people will basically spend money in Freeport, right? If you look at the economic benefit, that's really what it's about. And the environmental question, we know that there's an environmental impact. The question for us, I think, is it's the philosophical question. Are we ready? Does our town want to see mountain bikes at the summit? My view is Freeport is saying yes to mountain bikes in many, 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 many places in Freeport. We should encourage the proliferation of mountain biking for all the reasons that we've heard tonight. It's a great sport. It gets people outdoors. It gets people off their phones. Thank you, Brielle. I'm going to take that home to my kids and say you shouldn't be on your phones because Brielle says so. You know, in my view, it's not Freeport saying no. It's Freeport saying yes, but carving out a very small slice of the one spot we have in town that's over 300 feet and saying, just not here. And I don't think it's a NIMBY question. I think it's avoid this particularly sensitive area, and it's sensitive for a number of different reasons. So I don't know that more time is going to change my vote, so I'm not in support of tabling it. I think we have so much other work that we have to do. I think that, you know, to be fair to all the people that have been working on it for so long, I think we need to give them a clear direction. Either let's start working on trails elsewhere and building trails elsewhere, or not. And I think the more we delay it, the more we delay mountain bike trails elsewhere in Freeport. So I'd love to kind of start that discussion rolling about where they should be. So that's where I am. Matt, John, any comments?
Already made mine.
Yeah. Now I know you're not feeling all that well. Is there anything you want to add? Shaking his head. All right, so it sounds like there's two, right? We've got something that we're about to put on the floor about voting for the management plan. Ed, do you want to make another motion before we bring that motion up?
I would, and this will be clumsy, okay? Because I've been an old lawyer for a long time. I'd like to move that we table the motion tonight to a time certain. I would say 3 months from tonight would be a max for me. That we and we end the tabling at any moment that the chamber proponents can't find a way to do the market research or economic work that's been described to develop benefits. And unlike Dan, I don't see it being limited to businesses, but to, you know, local people and the environment and all the other points that have been raised. There are a lot of benefits to having a place here. Can we sort of describe them? So that'd be part one. And then two, the tabling would stop the minute the chamber representative told us we don't have the funds to develop the specific construction plan that would inform a scientific independent scientific opinion. And then The tabling would terminate the moment the council decided it would not put up, either look for the independent expertise or pay for it, or could not find that money. But that if the money could be found by those parties to do that, we wait for 3 months to get that information so that this decision could be made with the best information possible, so that we can do the kind of balancing that I think we're required to do, in fairness to the amazing effort and work that's been done by the Conservation Commission, and still respect the 2.5 years of downtown visioning that does include this as an opportunity, not, I don't think, for, to benefit the businesses downtown, but to change the experience in our community to one that, among other things, adds mountain biking and band stands and, a whole range of things that we don't have to replace the retail reputation that we are currently losing. So that would be my motion.
Could you simplify that?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry to argue at the same time I move. I move that we table the motion to approve the Conservation Commission's Hedgehog Mountain Plan to allow the Chamber to develop economic information and cultural information regarding the benefits of the mountain bike proposal, and to develop the specific construction plan for the mountain bike proposal that they propose on Hedgehog Mountain, and that to allow us to obtain independent expertise to take into account what the Conservation Commission has said and what the results of the construction plan are, to advise us with respect to the long-term impacts of mountain biking as proposed on Hedgehog Mountain. How's that?
That's what I get for asking a lawyer to simplify. Longest motion I think we've ever taken up. Yeah.
I'm glad to be the guy.
You could take the recording as you. Is there a second? There's a second for that motion.
He had his mic on, so we're good.
All right. Let's do a roll call vote on the extended motion to table. Yes.
Can we discuss this for just 1 second?
Absolutely.
Just not to belabor the point, but to what you said, right now we either accept the management plan as drafted, or we revert back to adhering under the old management plan. So either way, if we were to move forward with the mountain bike plan, we'd still have to amend the management plan or override it in some fashion. Is that correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
So,
because the current management plan and the new management plan both say no mountain bikes at the summit.
Is that what you said? I'm sorry, I missed it.
yeah, so while I agree with Ed's point about, if we're going to make a decision, we should have more information, that's true, but we'd still be at the same point 2 or 3 months down the road. We're either operating under an approved management plan that we enact tonight that says no mountain bikes on the summit, or we're adhering to the prior version of the management plan that says no mountain bikes on the summit. So I guess I'm just a little confused as to what tabling the approval of the management plan does for us. I guess I'm just not seeing why we'd need to do that.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
So, man, what I think the purpose and the intent of the motion is to defer the council's judgment on the management plan's exclusion of mountain biking above 180 feet, and keep that in abeyance so that we can come back with the best possible information and make that judgment for the community. I have my own views. I'll say it. I think that once that's done, my guess is that expert's going to say that the Conservation Commission's right. That's what I guess. I think that's true. But I don't know that for a fact, and I would feel much more comfortable as a council with that information if I had it. And I think and we owe that to this town. I think that's what you get, Dan. You get a chance to make the decision. Otherwise, if you do it tonight and adopt the plan, that ends mountain biking on Hedgehog Mountain, and I think that's what's worrying the three of us at the end of this table.
I don't think it changes mountain biking at Hedgehog. I disagree.
It changes the But we would have more information.
No, it does change it, because once this council approves this, it's done for this council cycle. You're not going to bring back mountain biking as a possibility in any near term. Whereas if you leave it, if what you do is you defer it and delay it and table it, then you have a chance to come back in 3 months with better information and make that decision once and for all with the best possible information and foundation for doing it.
But it's already not allowed. mean,
I understand the point. I get the point. You're right about the point. Nothing changes.
Let's let Matt speak. I think he's.
Oh, you want me to let Matt speak?
Well, he can cut him off, so I don't want to hear what he has to say.
I apologize, Matt.
No, I'm unsure what, like, I do understand your point, but that point still works. That point would have worked 4 months ago or 4 months from now. And I just am unsure what tabling the adoption of the new management plan does for us procedurally.
Councilor Fortier?
I guess, we may not have mountain bike trails to the top of Hedgehog, and I'm fine with that, but what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, is if we've approved this tonight, we're shutting off the discussions. That's what troubles me. So if that's what I'm hearing, that's a reason I'm voting no. I want to keep the discussions open to see, and if a plan comes back in a couple months and there's no mountain bike trail to the top of Hedgehog, and we use other areas on that, I think that's a win. So that's my concern, is by a yes vote tonight, we're shutting this process down. And at least by tabling it with Ed's long-winded amendment, we can maybe come up with some sort of solution down the road.
Yeah.
Just a clarifying question to Matt in Zoomland. Are you suggesting maybe that the council adopt the plan fully as written with some commitment or some intent to come back and revise that if we do an analysis like what Councilor Bradley's talking about and that proves to be worthwhile? Is that what you were suggesting, Matt? That's what it sounded like to me.
I'm just trying to understand procedurally what the difference is between either voting on the new management plan or just reverting back to the one that's already existed, that exists right now, that still says the same exact thing about the summit. I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to continuing the conversation, but I just don't know where it gets us to leaving this item as being tabled. And I guess, if I'm reading the tea leaves here, another question would be raised: what if we have a split vote tonight on the amendment, and what if we have a split vote on the management plan? I mean, we're only 6 tonight. Jake is fortunately not with us tonight.
Yeah, that's a good point. If it's a split vote, both would fail. So we would fail to table it, we would fail to adopt the new changes, so the old changes would be left in place. Councilor Lawrence?
Yeah, the other thing is the new plan defines what the summit is definitively, whereas now it's not. But as a council, we can also recommend a change. So that would give us more information.
Yep. For better or worse, we are the ultimate stewards of the land. Yep. Yeah. I think everyone's said their piece. So first we'll vote on the motion to table the acceptance of the changes and see where that takes us. So going down the line, Councilor Fournier?
This is on the motion to table.
Motion to table.
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence?
Yes.
Councilor Bradley?
Yes.
Councilor Egan?
No.
Councilor Pilch votes no, and Councilor Pillsbury?
No.
So motion fails on a 3-3 vote. So we now have the original motion that we can consider, which I'll read in, which says, be it ordered that the Hedgehog Mountain Management Plan update as recommended by the Conservation Commission be approved. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
So, again, I assume that we've had all our discussion, but if anybody wants to raise their hand, they can do so. Otherwise, we'll go on to a vote for that. So this is the vote for accepting the management plan as recommended. So, Councilor Fournier?
No.
Councilor Lawrence?
Nope.
Councilor Bradley?
Yes.
Councilor Egan?
Yes.
Councilor Pilch votes yes, and Councilor Pillsbury?
Yes.
So that passes on a 4-2 vote. And I assume, given the discussion, that, we entertain the idea of revisiting things and
It's up to the future.
up to the future. So for now, we are adapting the Conservation Commission plan with our thanks to the commission and thanks to the community for the discussion. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. Thanks again for coming out and all the respect. We have to keep the doors open to council chambers because it's a public meeting. So there will be a very natural tendency to want to discuss all the things that just happened here over the last couple of hours. Please do so away from the council chambers, by the front door, maybe enjoy the snowfall, but do so quietly because we still have more to get through. And if you do want to stay for our budget presentation, it is fascinating. I guarantee it. It's really very interesting.
Oysters and beer after that?
Just beer.
See you later.
But the issue is that $100,000.
It's okay. It happens every year. I'm okay with it. Oh, okay. No worries. You're fine. Well, actually, I should set it up to black and white.
More black and white ever after.
Yeah, I mean, I see. Oh, yeah.
Well, people need to start drinking more. Stay home.
I don't think I can trust this Zoom attendee list. It's still
I'll try.
I think that will quickly change.
Some days it does.
It is. I think so.
You made promises.
I'll live up to it.
I haven't gotten.
Well, no, we're going to pass the buck to Jessica, and she's responsible for entertaining us. But
No. Unfortunately, I'm the one that's responsible for entertaining for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, you're doing the review, the process.
Yeah, and the budget process review and discussions misleading. I think we.
I don't know about that, but I can give you a call. All right, good.
Wait till she gets in here.
Do you have a presentation that you're going to? Oh, you can do it from there. Great. Okay.
I've got a planner. I've got a puck that works here. So, how's that? That's me. It's me. So, so Jessica's definitely going to be color commentary on this one, and she's going to add some very necessary background. So the discussion, the idea of going through the major decisions really quickly, the financial policy decisions that the council makes on a yearly or irregular basis came up at the council goals workshop, where there was extensive discussion on several different items in the council today. Several councilors said I'd like to walk through and see what all these decisions we make and kind of how they play together. I'm not looking for you to make any decisions on these things, but we're going to step through them and discuss what they are so you can know. Some of them you're going to be asked to make tonight. The next item Jessica's going to go over. But this is just the things that are asked of the council on a regular or irregular basis for financial policy decisions. To start off, just a picture, we had the question at the workshop, how much money are we talking about and what pots are those dollars in? I broke it out into 3 separate kind of town funds that are typically looked at as our savings bank, if you will. We have TIF and reserve funds, which are year-end last year unaudited number is $7.6 million. The general fund, which, think of one as your savings account in the top. The general fund's your checking account. That's where all the payments come out of and where the revenue goes into. That's $6.35 million. That's the audited 2022 fiscal year 22 number from about 8 months ago now. And then
that number changes weekly or even daily, probably.
It does, right. So you have to pick a time and space to measure it, and you always use your fiscal year end as the amount, because that's what we had in the bank after we closed our books last fiscal year. And tax stabilization is a $1 million fund that's hanging out there. We can talk a little bit about that, established by a prior council. We've talked about it before, but I'm assuming we might want to touch on it briefly. I broke these down into the kind of different decisions that the council is asked to make. This one is going to be tonight, so Jessica's going to talk to you about this later on. General fund, fund balance decision-making, but fund balance refers to the general fund. So like I said before on the left, you see the audited general fund balance, 6.35 million. That was from last fiscal year end. Our yellow amount at the bottom, the fund balance policy maximum. So the council adopted a policy in 2012 for what we're supposed to keep in fund balance. You can think of this for cash flow purposes. This is the minimum amount that we think we need to pay bills on time. So we start the fiscal year with, in this case, 6.35 million in the bank account. We don't collect tax revenue until October, November, depending when tax bills go out. So we still pay bills, including $1.8 million a month to the school district for the first 4 months of the year without having any revenue coming in the bank.
Tax revenue.
Tax revenue, right. We do have other sources of revenue that come in, but so this is our cash flow cushion that lets us actually pay bills without having to go out and borrow.
And what you call the checking account?
Yeah. General fund, I would call the checking account. She's going to yell at me after the fact because that's totally a bad way to probably portray it, but it's the checking account for now. You might hear terms like bonding, tax advance bond.
TANs and...
TANs, tax advance note in anticipation of taxes. So that's typically, that's a bond a TAN is a bond that you take out because you don't have money. You have the legal ability to collect taxes later on in the year, but you don't have enough in your general fund balance. You'll see a lot of municipalities that are on a calendar year will have to take out TANs because they'll be 9 months behind in their taxing as opposed to 3 months like what we are in a fiscal year. So we've determined this year, Jessica will talk to you about this, 4.44 million is the correct amount based on your existing policy, which means there's an excess of 1.91 million. That's the red arrow going to the right. The policy recommends that staff makes a recommendation to the council on the use of it, and then you folks have to decide what's the appropriate use of that. So Jessica's going to talk to you about that later today. And then there's reserve and TIF fund decision-making, just a real quick walkthrough on what the difference between reserve and TIF funds are. Reserve funds are savings accounts that we have for specific purposes. There are generally 3 different ways money gets into those. A balance transfer from the general fund, like for example, the red amount in this fund, in this slide, you could say, hey, we've got too much money, we want to put it into a reserve account. Jessica's going to talk to you about that recommendation. There are some dedicated revenue sources. There's all kinds of revenue sources under our reserve policy that can be earmarked, and several previous council actions have determined, for example, a portion of ambulance revenue goes into the ambulance, the rescue reserve fund. That's a good example. And then there are appropriations during the annual budget process. So if going through the budget process, we don't do this one, but this is a common way. Number 3 is a common way that a lot of other towns fund their reserves. If you look and say, hey, we're going to need $5 million 2 years out, and we've got $1 million in there right now, you could say for the next 2 years, we want to appropriate $2 million into that reserve fund from tax sources. We don't typically do that, but that is a common way to fund them. So TIF is a lot more simple. TIF funds only come out of TIF incremental taxes in TIF districts. They're kind of locked up by a TIF plan. You can amend that from time to time, and you can adjust the capture percent, but the general purpose of a TIF fund has to be according to the TIF program and the TIF plan that are adopted when the TIF is established. So the way expenditures come out of those funds, although they're different types of funds, are both the same. We plan for it during the capital program process, which is going to start tonight, and then you take a vote to appropriate those from those funds during the budget process. So there'll be separate votes in June when we adopt the budget. Real simple overview of the budgeting process. Your expenditures, these are last year's numbers for reference. 11.2 million was voted by the council to be expended. 3.8 roughly came from non-property tax revenue. So there are some other taxes that go into there, like sales tax back from the state. And you vote on The expenditures, nothing can be appropriated and expended without council vote, and no revenue can be adopted, no non-property tax revenue can be accepted by the town without a council vote. So you vote on both the top blue-green one and the left red one during the annual budget process that's set by state law and town charter. The property tax levy, the bottom half, the big chunk of where our revenues come from to fund the budget expenditures you approve, that's calculated based on what you subtract one from the other, and the tax assessor sets a tax rate, our town assessor does. So if you follow that little squiggle line over there, the town assessor is gonna set that 7.4 is the tax levy the town needs to expend the 11.2 that you voted on. And the tax assessor adds the town, the county levy, and the transit levy, which those other two were done independent and were sent a bill, that's why they're in your budget. And then combines that number with the RSU number. Last year was 20.5 million, comes up with 27.9 million, plus or minus a couple points, because I'm rounding big whole 100,000 numbers. He divides that out by the total aggregate taxable value in town, 2.1 roughly billion dollars of taxable property, and you're left with the property tax rate. So you can affect, I think the easiest way to think about it is, in your appropriations actions, you can affect expenditures, you can affect non-property tax revenue by saying, hey, we should budget more and you should collect more through fees or things like that. You can adjust those numbers. The property tax amount is subtracted from those two by the assessor. Then he uses all of those figures, including the bills we get from the RSU that you don't have a say in, the bills you get from the county and Metro that you don't have a say in, adds them all together, gets the total tax levy, and then we set the tax rate. He sets the tax rate based on that number. So you do have the ability to affect the tax rate pretty significantly, but the final tax rate is just a mathematical calculation within a certain range. He can pick, plus or minus 5 cents to make it a round number, kind of a deal. Was there a question?
Well, yeah, I always learn about this de novo each year. I learn about it again. Could you just say the 2 or 3 things that we do that affect the tax rate?
Sure. The biggest one, obviously, budget, the appropriations that you vote on in the budget, the actual expenditures, the revenues that you vote.
To accept.
Fees.
Yeah, the non-property tax revenue. So that's everything from services that we charge for, fees, other governmental sources of income like
Excise tax.
Or revenue sharing from the state. Those are included in those. That's why I hesitate to say it's non-tax, but it's non-property tax. And then how much of the reserve fund you want to spend. That's your big third wheel. Yeah, Counselor.
I have a question on the subsidy that comes back for the school district out of the state. It's supposed to be 55%. Does that go directly to the school? Do we get any portions of that?
Yes, it goes into the ED 279.
279.
One's a state taxation formula. The other one is the villain from the RoboCop series, the robot with the 2 guns on it. I think that's ED 209, right? ED 179, is that what it is?
79.
Yeah. I don't know, 279?
I think so.
Goes to the school, though, right?
Goes to the school. It's included in, so that they sub out any non-tax revenue that they receive, which is mostly just state aid. Although the school does have some income for programs and things like that. It's not much.
Minimal.
That is net of that 20.5 million figure. So the school takes a lot more than 20 million to run the schools. The 20 million is the tax levy that they're sending to Freeport. So I think they're in the 30s. I'm going to get that number wrong because there's the Durham and the Pownell contribution, the Freeport contribution for tax levy, and then there's state aid.
We don't see any money coming to us. Thank you.
We do not, as the town. No.
So going back to Ed's question, we decide how much money we spend. We get some money from the state and excise tax, things that we don't really control.
Yep.
But we do control a little bit of how much of our spending do we want to fund from our savings account.
You control that to get back to this.
Yes, there is a
Numbers,
there
yes.
is a budgeted revenue line of use of surplus that dictates a chunk of that. I think that's what
That
you're
was
asking.
last year's discussion.
Yes.
So both spending from the reserve fund. So you could appropriate money out of, I'm not suggesting this, please don't do this ever. if you can avoid it, unless there's a crisis. But you could appropriate out of reserve funds to fund to fund the operating budget. You could have a transfer of, don't do this, you could have a transfer of $1 million from a savings account to offset $1 million of tax money.
It's usually the other way around, right? We say take the extra.
You would hope it would be
checking
the other way
stuff and
around,
put it
but
into
you
savings.
have that ability
Yeah,
to
yeah.
use those reserve funds if you ever needed them, if it was an emergency. Like I said,
And that's why you
don't
keep
do it, but.
And you keep them to maintain the equilibrium in the tax rate. I get it. I've been quasi-convinced by the wiseness of the people around me. But I also think that we committed, didn't we, to do some evaluation of the size of our reserve accounts. And I guess my question is, did we ever do that?
You're gonna see it, you'll see it tonight. So in two places, both in the reserve fund, both in this question about how much of that excess general fund balance, that's item 2 on the agenda, the fund balance update. So Jessica's gonna have a recommendation of what to do with that extra 1.91 million that's above, I call it extra, but it's excess of our fund balance policy. So you can decide what to do with that. And there's several, you could do any legal town purpose, you could use that. The common thing is for that to go into reserves. Doesn't have to. We tend to be biased, Ed, to get to your point, and think that it should, but that's not my decision to make. That's the 7 people up here to make that decision.
No, but that's your recommendation, and it's important to hear the recommendation from my
She'll get on the
purposes,
next
as opposed to being told it's my decision, because what do I know, at the end of the day.
And part of the reason why we have such significant reserves to pay for our entire capital program out of a reserve account is because we feed it with excess fund balance every year. That's also important to note, that the way that account that pays for all of these capital events that we're going to do out of a piggy bank instead of on the back of the tax levy is because we fund that reserve account with excess cash due to efficient management of the fund balance throughout the year, and so that we're only putting into the rainy day, oh my God fund, the 4.4 million, and the extra 1.1191 goes into those reserve accounts to future-proof capital expenditures in the future.
So here's a good way to think about it using all the pieces. That 1.91 million, let's say this year, taxes are too high, everyone's having a hard time. We want to take that 1.91 million and lower it and use it to chop off a buck from the tax rate. Right. So let's say we do that. Darryl, you can back me up when I get where I'm going here. So we take that 1.91 million, we give a discount, some money off the top. We're all happy because we got an extra $200 in our pocket, as taxpayers that we don't even notice, but we're happy. Next year, when you don't have that 1.91 million in the reserve and you need to buy a $300,000 plow truck and a $1.5 million fire truck to make up the 1.91 million, you go and appropriate the money from tax dollars to put into reserves to fund those purchases. So you're essentially, you could take that money and send it back and then just turn around and ask for it next year if you think the capital plan is correct and that's when you want to spend everything. That's what our recommendation is based on. If you don't think we need to spend all of that money in future years, and you think that that's a waste of money and we shouldn't be buying those things, then we would be making different recommendations with this 1.91. We wouldn't see a need for it in the reserves. But if we're saying we need that we need to do all the things that are in that capital program, that's where the recommendation to transfer the excess fund balance comes from.
So, for numbnut here, the connection between the capital plan and the budget is to basically decide how much to keep in reserves.
It's going to inform all of our financial decisions as staff and recommendations to you. Yes.
But the capital plan isn't based on, how am I going to say this? The capital plan is based on real needs. It's based on a projection of what this town is really going to have to pay for at some point, presumably reasonably identified in the future.
I think it's
and then
about,
if you don't fund that, if you don't keep a reserve account to fund that, the consequence of that is going to be give the taxpayer the money now, but when that item hits the frying pan, you're going to have to raise it in that year to pay for it, or
bond.
Okay, all right.
And pay for it in future years.
That's helpful to me.
So if you look at a tax rate, going like this, you see a town that does year to year, like lives, paycheck to paycheck, year to year, with what we're talking. Let's say that they had 1.91, they return that right to the taxpayers, everyone goes, yay, our taxes went down for once. Then the next year it goes up $2, down $2, up $2,
So in terms, just to relate, sorry.
That doesn't happen here.
And the other reason why I think it's so important we have those reserves in our capital budget is it was many years ago, but we had our credit rating was affected because we were bonding everything. We bonded plow trucks, we bonded cruisers, we bonded fire trucks, and that had to be, 30 years ago. I'm trying to think. It's been, a long time, and there's a conscious decision over time to get that. Plus, we have the benefit when it comes time to purchase this stuff, if we have that, there are some savings that can be had up front. So I am and Ed, I'm very...
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and I'm very strong on making sure we have adequate funding in that, and we don't mess with it.
So what has always traditionally been true that hasn't held very accurate in the past 5 years of, interest rate market is there used to be a pretty wide gap between putting the money in a reserve account, saving it, making 5-10% on it while we're saving, and avoiding paying 5-10% interest on the back end on a bond. With interest rates as low as they are, that goes away, that benefit. It's much, it's still there, but it's tiny compared to...
It's changing though.
It's changing. So it becomes really important when you're in an 8 to 10% interest market that you're actually saving taxpayers significant money by saving. You're earning interest while you save. You're avoiding the...
Keeping high
You're
reserve.
not charging them.
enough to cover all of your purchases.
Okay. So I'm going to ask this in a self-deprecating way. I was misguided last year in thinking that we should go out and look at what other communities are keeping in reserve accounts, because what another community keeps in a reserve account has nothing to do with what our needs are, which is really what ought to be driving our reserve accounts. Is that the right way to
Exactly.
think about this? Thank you.
And I
It's a
think
great
that
way to put it.
I'm going to bed.
the best way a municipality can stay level without saving is by having a comprehensive bonding policy where you know exactly what you're getting and you're spreading it out over 10, 20, 30-year purchases for big items, and you're not doing those spikes that I talked about by raising taxes. However, you pay whatever the prevailing interest rate is to do that. So you're paying 3%, APY on that. You're paying 20% over the life of the loan. So you can keep it low without saving, but you're paying an interest to a bonding agency for that benefit. Right.
But I do think at some point we need to look at bonding for your major buildings.
Yes.
Yeah, I think,
bonds make sense, in my opinion.
yeah.
The longer the lifespan of an asset, the longer. So when we're talking about bridges and even roads, 20 to 30 year buildings, I like things that are that are longer life than just roads, because you might need to resurface a road in 15 years and then you're paying for it twice at the same time. 50-year building, 100-year bridge, absolutely makes all the sense in the world to put if you can get a low interest rate, like in the last 5 years of interest rates, a lot of towns and cities did good by bonding huge infrastructure projects with tomorrow's money that they needed to get done. There's a place for it. It's not cruisers and resurfacing roads. That's probably a bad place for it. But it is longer term assets. There's definitely a place for it. So really quickly, we talked about investment decisions. I don't need to relitigate this here, but I know that there's interest in always discussing this. So this is something that is a decision that you make. You determine of these balances, of the 7.6 million that's generally carried from year to year, most of that's invested long term because it's set aside for future purchases. Some portion of the 6.35 million in the general fund gets invested, but we have to manage that. Our investors manage that for cash flow purposes, so it's in shorter term instruments so that we can use it throughout the year. So our policy covers all of this money. We've been through it a little bit, a lot before, and a little bit again, but that is a decision that you make. The current investment policy dated March 2012 that we have, and that last but not least, tax stabilization fund There's $1 million in that was previously appropriated by a town council. Jessica and I can't find easily. It wasn't in our tenures here, but it's been in an account, gaining interest, whatever that is, but there's $1 million there. The policy currently says 50% of that fund per year, what's in the account, could be tapped to offset a tax rate increase if the predicted mill rate from all three local governments, that doesn't count bus because it didn't exist at the time, but all of the governments were combined more than 5% in 1 year period, or the combined budget of all, those might not be the same numbers, they could be different, but the combined budget of all three local government units increases by greater than 5% in 1 year period. We did have a year when we looked at this, Sean, 4 or 5 years ago. We did ask this question. I think Sarah was chair of the council, right? We were looking at this as now an appropriate time to use this, and we decided not to. It doesn't, those things don't happen every year, but they're, from time to time, you'll see a 5% year where it trips one of those two conditions. That is available to you. It's a one-time revenue. It's not going to be something that's there every year, so you need to really think about when you tap that, are you compounding the problem by, if you see increases of 5% happening for a few years, you'll have a, let's say 2 years in a row, you use it 1 year to make it a 0 increase, and then you have a 10% increase the next year. So it's really useful in a year where you might see a spike of an increase and you expect it to come back down in the following budget year.
The flip of that is that $500,000, right, its policy says 50% can be used. $500,000 against an $11 million budget isn't really going to move the needle that much.
That was a decision we came to when we looked at it, wasn't it?
Tax bill, because our $11 million against the $28 million or whatever it is that we're actually putting out to levy to the taxpayers, $500,000 against $28 million
Nothing.
is almost insignificant on, I don't want to say ever that somebody's tax bill is not significant, because it is, but it came out to be a very, very modest amount, less than $100.
Can you
That's
use,
how we take it though, right?
can you use it for an unanticipated capital item?
So
Can you read?
that
offset tax
policy
rate?
would not allow that. However, that is just adopted by order of a council, so that can be changed at any time. Sorry.
So if something in the downtown visioning came up and it was a high priority and you wanted to fund it out of that fund as opposed to raising taxes to do it, you conceivably could use it.
You would have to vote to modify that or scrap the policy, and then you have $1 million sitting in a fund that you could repurpose, yes.
This gets to my point, not to discuss tonight, and I hope we do it at another council meeting. We need to take a look at where we're going to go, what our priorities, and the discussion we just had on this $1 million fund. So I hope we, this is great education, but we need to get into the dirt and find out what we want to do. Because
This is more of an awareness thing. I honestly, sorry, that fund has never been tapped that we could find. I'm just going to say it. We haven't been able to find that it's been used. The few times, I'm going to say that, and then next year you'll have a 12% increase. You're like, well, that $1 million fund really would have been nice to offset the taxes. But that doesn't happen a lot, partly because of all the other mechanisms the town has in place for saving and leveling off tax rate increases like the reserve fund. So
the other thing we got nailed on, when that fund came in use, and they used it for, remember when the healthcare was spiking 25%?
Yep.
And there was a couple of years that we got nailed big time, and I think they did use that to help, and I don't know where that's gonna go down the road on healthcare and everything else, so we might not want to throw the baby out with the bathwater quite
it's good to have there. It's almost, in my opinion, like, I don't want to encourage that to be larger, because that kind of goes against the whole putting too much aside to save how conservative we want to be. But for it to be real effective, to get to John's point, 1 million is small enough that if you have a real catastrophe, it's a drop in the bucket with a $30 million combined levy.
So we should increase that if we want.
I'm not saying that,
Or get rid of
Or
it.
get rid of it.
Yeah, or get rid of it, right.
All the other mechanisms seem to be working. Do we need this as a final gap?
Good question.
Right, you need that when somebody else, the big, when, and this is only a third of that, a half of that is town, or maybe 2/3 of that, town, county, transit,
but not, it's getting late. I gotta get up at 5. This is another topic I think we need to.
All right, let's move.
Please.
Can we get these slides?
Absolutely, I'll send them to you right now.
All right. Fund balance
And Chris,
update.
can I, hold on, I just realized that Matt, I had my screen up on, I'm sorry if I was ignoring you in Zoom land, so he said no, okay, great. Okay, Jessica, go ahead.
Are we on to the next other business?
Fund balance update.
It's getting late, and I don't want to spend
I
30
just wanted
minutes
to
on the
make
fund
sure.
balance update.
Well,
so.
you know, half of my thunder was stolen during that beautiful presentation. So I'm just going to slide over this really quick. As Peter indicated, as of June 30th, 2022, we had almost 6.4, so it was actually $6,355,090 in unassigned fund balance. You do have 6 designations of fund balance, and to take you just really quickly through them, one is non-spendable. That's things like your inventory, very small amounts, $16,000. You have restricted funds, and those are typically restricted by like an additional state agency. We don't have any funds that are restricted at that level. You have committed funds. That's what Peter's talking about with the tax stabilization, as well as what we owe for future retirement, things like that that are set by council policy and would require some council action to remove, which is, again, everything Peter was just talking about. That's currently at the almost 1.5 million. And then you have committed reserves. And this is, again, set by council and would need to be removed by council, where we have, we currently contribute to the unemployment compensation and a few other smaller reserves that total about 600,000. And then there's assigned fund balance, and that's what you've earmarked for projects but hasn't been spent yet, and that's typically done through the annual budget process. So like last year, council assigned $675,000 to be used in the FY23 budget to help lower taxes. Okay, so those are the annual amounts that we set. And then everything else falls into the unassigned, which comes down to that 6.355. And so typically what we do is we look at the comparison to the total of the town's budget, and that includes the town, the RSU, transit, and county. And according to our current policy, the minimum amount is 1.5 months of expenditures or your budget. And then you're allowed a 5% over that. So it becomes a maximum amount to keep within your fund balance. And that level for, as of June 30th, 2022, the policy maximum would be 4.44 million. So we are actually exceeding that fund balance maximum by $1,910,441. So I come before you with a recommendation that we transfer that full $1,910,441 to the capital reserves. With the, I don't know if you want me to read out the menu or the recommendation, but I recommend funding the police reserve, the fire reserve, the public works reserve, the solid waste reserve, and comprehensive town improvements to assist with the downtown visioning plan requirements or potential future appropriations, and to help build these reserve account balances to more appropriate levels. And as you can see in my memo from the benchmarks, so the benchmarks, really quickly, the low benchmark is 20% of the 20-year plan, and the high benchmark is the total of the 5-year plan. So, you know, we use those to kind of establish where we should be with our reserves. And I give you the average between the two to see, so you can get a feel for how we're doing with funding. And as you can see, we're short with our funding in 6 out of the 8 reserves. So that's my request, is to transfer money into those 6 that we're currently short in, to help build those reserves back up for what our upcoming needs are going to be.
And part of that, the big jump in comprehensive town improvements are because of the addition of a lot of, just a few things on the 5-year plan from what we
Yes.
talked about a couple meetings ago. Some of those big projects,
Drive
Mallet
and-
Drive,
yep.
Route 1 South Main Street, some of the other
So
downtown.
that's where the downtown visioning comes in at the conference.
That's where some of them are. We'll go through as we're gonna,
When we get to
Jessica's
the
gonna
next
present
agenda
the
item,
next
we'll
item,
see
all
where
of
they
the-
all are.
all of
We're
the
going to overview the 5-year
capital
plan,
stuff,
yeah.
but not everything's in that 5 million, but,
Crazy.
but a big chunk of that is in there, so.
Daryl?
Are we going to be asked to approve it tonight?
No.
So with this transfer, Jessica, will that put us in line then with the capital budget for future expenditures, or are we going to have to do more supplemental coming down? I want to get us to a point where
You know, Daryl, it would be great to get us to a point where we are funded fully for this capital plan. I want to kind of make one thing clear with the funding of the reserves is that historically, we had designated funding sources. I've said this a few times. I feel like it bears repeating. We used to have designated funding sources for these reserves that are not as strong as they used to be, and they're not going to be able to sustain the level of expenditures that the council and the community are looking to have, contributed. So we've been fortunate the last few years, despite declining rates and bad performance from an investment perspective. We've been fortunate over the last few years with additional either state aid or federal aid or other revenue sources that have been able to come in and kind of buffer that, as much as we try to be frugal with our expenses, right? We're not $2 million frugal, I can tell you that right now. That would be crazy. That would be us asking for way too much from the taxpayers right out of the gate. This is a hybrid situation of we had additional monies come in, whether it be some of it from, excise revenue being higher than anticipated. Car purchases have kind of gone up with COVID, with rates being so low, right? So there's some consumer spending there that's benefited the town. Also, the state, in part, I'll give credit to Melanie Sachs, right? Fully funding the state revenue sharing for municipalities back to the 5%. That was huge. And that wasn't initially projected in our budget based on what the state was telling us to project. So, you're going to start to see some of even this narrow down because we don't try to,
Yeah, that 1 point.
we don't try to really cushion this fund balance. We try to maintain what we need for services.
That 1.9 figure next budget year should be closer to like 800, 900 with $1 million extra in revenues
Right.
during the budget process to offset tax rate increases. So
Exactly.
now that we know that a lot of these sources are going to be recurring, you'll probably see some of those go up in the revenue source of the budget
Right.
and not be as much.
So to answer your question, Daryl, to get to where you would need, something in that formula needs to change, whether it be that there's outright funding from town council in the budget process to put into reserves, or we have external sources that are pursued that, come in to do it.
I think
So-
it's something we got to look at and figure out, 'cause that's important. Okay, thank you.
So that's my fund balance update. I'm trying to remember, typically, I think there is a vote to accept so that I can actually transfer the money, but I don't know how council feels at this point.
Council, if they want to do it now, or I'd almost
Or wait.
suggest look at you presented the update, I'd almost suggest look at the capital budget, because those benchmarks, to get to Ed's point of are those benchmarks really with the they're gonna need a little bit of digestion on that, but is there a time period that you need that? Or is it just
Before the end of this fiscal year would be amazing. I usually come to you with this in the fall. So, I am behind, but in part it was to see what would need to be, needed in the capital plan coming
I
up,
think
so.
we wanted to see the impact to get to the point that Ed just raised about some of those.
Yes.
And the benchmarks going through the roof, it's because there's new stuff in the 5-year program that we talked about. and
Correct.
Council hasn't deliberated on, so I think that before we decide that those are the right funding, I think that they are, I agree with you 100%, but let's let them get on board with the
Sure.
the capital program, and at least most of the stuff in the benchmarks are gonna stay in the capital program. I think if there's not taking large amounts out of the proposed capital program, then I think Jessica's recommendations are good, but if you downward adjust the capital program by taking big projects out, she'll probably need a new.
Thanks, Tom.
Where's our red light flashing?
Yeah, nobody heard any of what I just said at home, so it doesn't matter.
Well, tell the people in York.
Knew that was coming.
Along those lines, the 5-year program, just to get the process down, you're going to introduce it to us tonight, walk us through the 5-year plan, and then it looks like, looking back at our old calendar, we have a workshop on it on March 14th.
That's wrong.
Yeah, we actually, Peter and I reviewed the council meeting schedule again, and that's actually your meeting with boards and committees.
Oh, okay.
So it should actually be the 7th that we meet on the budget. So it should be next week.
So next week is when we talk about our 5-year.
Yeah, because the 14th will be with boards and
Next year,
committees.
we'll
We're going to do this twice in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Tonight, I'm just giving you a very high-level, quick, down, and not even that. I literally have this. It's a very high-level overview to just say, these are what's upcoming, and this is actually only primarily the current year that we go over. We won't go over the 5-year until the next few meetings.
We don't adopt it until April 25th?
Correct.
Is that correct?
So you've got
So between
2 or
March
3.
7th and April 25th, we have,
So March
There's
7th, we've
at
got
least
to
2.
tentatively have department heads come in. We haven't set the agenda for that, by the way. It's already Tuesday.
I know, I figured I'd wait till tonight, yeah.
Oh, good. We were thinking the same. So I've got department heads on standby for next week to come in and start going over the individual items that are in there that you guys see in the
That you would have
capital
questions
program
on.
and in Jessica's presentation. When you see things that you need more information on, you don't like, you want to hear from the department heads, everybody that's got something on that plan
Yep.
will be, it's not all the department heads, but half of them.
Should be here March 7th.
Yeah, next
And then
week.
the next meeting is, I believe, April 4th. That's,
There's a second March.
Public
like,
hearing.
26th or something like that.
I
well,
don't
for us,
believe
but
that's
you're
on the
saying
schedule.
for budget. the
I'm
next
saying
relevant-
just for budget.
Yeah, April 4th is when it says public
April
hearing.
4th is the public
We can-
hearing and
we can do a
budget.
workshop on the second meeting in March as well for the capital program, if there's additional work.
Okay.
Work
Yeah, yeah.
session.
I think
Work
that-
session, public hearing,
Yeah.
final adoption. So there's 4 meetings that you can, in addition to tonight, that you can do this.
Yeah, that's, I think, the meeting that I was looking for, because I know a lot of you guys had said that you wanted to add things or take things away
Well,
and not
yeah,
vote on
yeah.
the whole thing as a whole, and maybe that's that second March meeting.
And I'm only got one question coming up, and I don't need the answer tonight, Jessica, but the cruises, they've been in the operating budget, they've been under the operating budget, in the capital budget, out of the capital budget. So I'd like to talk down the road on tonight on that. Is it wise to be buying cruises through capital, or should that be an operating budget? We'll discuss it later.
Okay. Just as a quick note, they've been in the capital budget at least for 8 years with me.
Yeah,
They've always
well,
been a capital.
This was prior to you,
Yeah.
but we'll talk.
Sure.
So tonight, you're just going to give us an overview. and then-
Tonight is just a really quick overview. I will make it quick because I know you're feeling late. So this is the start of the capital planning process for fiscal years 2024 through 2028. We define a capital item. You'll find it's way too late. I'm repetitive in these slides to tell you what they are.
That's
Yeah.
why it's in the capital budget.
Yeah. So it's depreciable lives of more than 1 year. They're commonly over 5,000 or to 10,000 in value. They're non-routine purchases. And again, if accounted for in the general fund, as Peter said earlier, they create unnecessary fluctuations. The goals of our capital planning process, as always, is to try to maintain a stable tax rate, ensure that equipment and projects are planned for in advance, to reserve appropriate levels of funding for these projects in advance to avoid unnecessary borrowing or issuing of debt, and to be proactive in replacement rather than waiting and experiencing escalating maintenance costs and downtime. In summary, our 2024 plan totals $3,266,000. And I'm going to take you through the breakout through the next few slides. The next slide is just a pie chart of the makeup of that almost 3.3 million, so you can see what article are the big proponents in the plan. Again, 32% from the comprehensive town improvement, with 20% at municipal facilities makes up over 50% of it.
Comprehensive
and
town improvement, just for the record, is generally infrastructure stuff, roads.
It's your roads, it's the downtown visioning
and
stuff, so that's your big one. Yep.
Facilities are the actual buildings on the town asset
Correct.
land.
You see Concord Gully Brook is so thin that you can't see it there at 0, but someday that may.
0, it'll be there.
Someday that'll look like a destination Freeport TIF. There'll be an actual piece of the pie for it as it's accruing money, which we'll start doing this year.
And then Destination TIF will go away.
In 2029,
29.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the next slide, we're looking at the police department. I won't take you through the reserves because we've gone through that, and I'm just going to be reading numbers. You can look at these. I can provide these slides both on the website and to you guys if you would like them. But for the police department this year, we're looking for 2 new patrol units, as well as taser replacements, and a discussion on replacement of the harbor master boat for a total proposal of $350,000. At the fire department, we're looking to convert over to positive pressure fans, as well as refurbishment of the brush truck for a proposal of $35,000. In our rescue facility, we are looking to replace Rescue 3, as well as purchase some audiovisual equipment for training down at the public safety facility for a total proposal of $430,000. In the Public Works Department, we are looking to replace Truck 4. We had bumped back Truck 4 last year in favor of doing Truck 6 in the FY23 plan, so this is the request for Truck 4, as well as replacing the snow blower that we share with the TIF. So you'll see it both listed here in Public Works as well as under the TIF article. It's a 50-50 share, and so the total proposal under Public Works is for $336,000. I've attached a quick picture of the Truck 4, so you can see, courtesy of Earl, what we have for a vehicle, as well as a picture of the snow blower. And so those are the 2 units that we'd be looking to replace out of the Public Works Department. Solid waste, we're looking to replace and go digital from our analog scales into digital scales. We're also looking to do work on the loader tires, and I think it's called foam fill them, so that they are no flat tires. Yep. As well as looking to take advantage of the generator that was appropriated a few years ago and get some electrical supply hooked up to take advantage of that. So the total proposal is
Work to hook the generator up, right? The supply,
for a total of $55,000. Under comprehensive town improvements, again, this is one of your larger ones. We got some of the downtown visioning projects between the Mallet Drive Durham Road reconstruction, the Boulevard study, the EV chargers and wayfinder signs. The 2 that were not part of downtown visioning is rehabilitation of Flying Point Road, as well as the Concord Gully Brook watershed restoration appropriation that we've been doing annually, for a total proposal this year of $1,050,000.
How did Flying Point Road get on there? That sounds like a waste of money.
District 2, who cares?
Figure it out when you're in York.
See how many, that's pretty good. Ticking 2 off with 1 comment. I thought that was good.
Before you go running off, that list is not all of the things that were in the charters.
No, it is not.
What about the ones that aren't up there?
This is what's in year 1 of the plan. So it could still be within this article, but it might be within the 5-year plan versus just year 1, because we would never have the capacity to do everything in the first year.
There were a couple things that were supported that frankly people are expecting to be able, smaller amounts, but.
Yeah, and I think you'll get those in just a minute, because there are a few in some of the other articles. This is the bigger one that deals with like roads and larger infrastructure improvements. So under municipal facilities, we have a list of things. I'm hoping this is where you'll see that gazebo bandstand park. I jumped right to the middle there for you, down at Memorial Park. It also includes our computer upgrades, year 2 of our red light upgrade, which is a 3-year project. There's updates needed to the Harbor Master building. There are furniture needs within Town Hall at a minimum as well as town-wide. Oh gosh, that should be
Security
cameras, not cameras. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. We'll put an A in there before I send it out.
Down in New Jersey, they got cameras.
We are looking to put an expansion on Public Works that we can discuss, as well as necessary building repairs at Public Works, which you'll see a picture of in a minute. We have town wharf repairs, which is basically our float maintenance that we've started to do annually, much like we do the revaluation reserve, so that we don't have a large expense every 10 years. And that total proposal comes at $657,000. That picture Peter had up is of the cracked chimney at Public Works, so that's one of the repairs we would be looking at.
Put some flex tape on it, it's good.
Right. Next one is the Community Cable Television Reserve, and again, that's just funding for Channel 14 and equipment replacement, and this year's proposal is $29,000. And we jump into Destination Freeport TIF, which includes our sidewalk improvements. This year, we'd be looking to do Park Street from Bow Street to the Hilton Garden Inn, as well as some miscellaneous brick repairs. We have Phase 2 of the Town Hall site improvements, as well as that 50% share of the snow blower replacement and the annual appropriation to FEDC for economic development, coming at a total proposal of $324,000.
So warning, the reserve balance is less than your total proposal, and if you look, there's only $273,000 going into the increment this year. So that means at the end of the year, you'd have 185 plus 273 minus 324, which means it'll be significantly less than 185, which means we'll have cash flow problems. So all of these projects won't be available to be done as of September 1st. It'll depend on when the taxes actually go into there. July 1st. We won't be able to spend all this money at the start of the fiscal year. We'll have to time it for November, after the first fall tax payment.
And once we get into the review of the 5-year plan, you're going to see that, this actually, it may be quote unquote a little worse than what Peter's alluding to, because we have, this does not take into account projects that have been appropriated but incompleted as of yet. So I have a full, analysis of the balance that's available, what's still outstanding, and, what this will require. So just to give you a heads up. And Peter, I think the last slide is just a screenshot similar to the last agenda item where I went through the benchmarks. These you're going to find are a little different than the one that's in the fund balance update, because I actually did this fund balance update for 2 meetings ago. And since then, we had a lot of downtown visioning changes that got added in, which significantly changed the high benchmark, because most of those downtown visioning projects are in the 5-year plan. I'm sorry?
You added 600,000 to the comprehensive
Yes,
plan improvement one.
at a minimum. Police also went up, and a few of the others. So
This is more accurate.
this one is more accurate than the other fund balance
This
policy.
reflects what we've just been talking about.
Correct.
And the other 4 years that we haven't shown and gone over for the next 4 years in each of those categories that we'll talk about starting next year.
Yep.
Okay. So between now and next Tuesday, we can come to you and ask questions about what did you mean by this truck or that roof, or.
Please do. Absolutely.
We can visit the departments, take a look.
And the departments will be here on Tuesday.
No, I'm talking about dual layer.
Oh, we'll walk around, yeah,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
So when we went through the downtown visioning charters, we nodded at things without identifying numbers, but not approving any numbers. And in here, so far, despite, I can't see where some of the things that, for instance, on sewer are in there. Who kicked them out? Not you.
Not me.
You didn't touch them.
No, I didn't touch them. There's some stuff that I also want to see. So I think on the 7th or on the 28th, whenever it is, I think we're going to want to go through our wish lists and make sure that they're included in there.
Or there's a reason they're not.
Or there's a reason they're not,
Fair
right?
enough.
So I have questions about things that might be buried in there that I don't see, or if not, I'll make a request to add them. And that's what I assume we'll discuss. So this is sort of I think this is the recommendation coming from you and Jessica, and then.
To get to Ed's point about the sewer, the grant matches,
There's that, and there's the possibility of paying to subsidize connection fees, and are they in there?
that first one is not. The second, what was
So the
talked
first
about
one-
is $100,000. The first one
Doesn't
isn't
need to be.
in there, but it's contemplated.
Not like
But
capital
I think,
The-
well, I mean, it could be, I think I've got.
So the grant writing, the 5,000 share is coming out of this year. It's not in this plan because it's coming out of FY
We're not talking
'23.
about grant writing, we're talking about the grant match.
The grant
The
match.
5,000, the 5,000.
There could be a 400,000 match.
400,000, but the problem, that's not contemplated in here, because you'd be saving money for that without even, in future years, without even knowing if it's successful, that's part of the
Okay.
issue, so.
Okay.
I think that we may want to put it in as we want to talk about it, we may want to put it as a TBD, so it's not, I mean, we're all acknowledging.
Did you say the 4,000?
400, so these are the grants that Brent from,
Woodard and Kern.
Kern is working on with Brett from
Okay.
FEDC.
On my notes, I only had a ECOG match to go in the FY '24 operating budget because it was only 4,000.
No.
It's a
So,
We've talked.
Yeah.
We talked about it in that group that,
yes.
down here that we had 3 weeks ago, but part of I mean, we need to discuss whether it goes into the capital program.
Right.
When we start saving for that 5 years out, that would raise comprehensive town improvements probably by another 400,000, and we'd be setting money aside for it. I think if we get any of them, I don't know what the likelihood of getting them and whether we should be saving for things that aren't guaranteed that we're gonna need to match. I think we're pretty guaranteed we're gonna need to replace a ladder truck in the next couple of years, so I don't know. I think you just need to acknowledge that we're gonna have to spend $200,000 or $100,000 and $300,000 depending when those grants are gotten. Ed, we're gonna be talking about that at the next
Okay.
meeting. Brett's coming anyways on the 7th.
On the 7th, are we Zooming that meeting?
Okay, yeah, everything's on Zoom going forward, so.
Anybody else not going to be here on the 7th? I think John's out.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Is March?
So, yeah, a week from today, we have another meeting.
And then a week after that,
And then-
the week after that.
Yes.
Then a week
Mar-
after
yes,
that?
Yes.
But on the 5th week, you've got a meeting then too, yeah.
And Ken's going to be at all of them.
Except we have to go off.
We get that beer, right?
Okay.
Oh, man.
So
That's what
thank
I
you.
got for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of discussion ahead for sure. But
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, this is great.
Nice, concise presentation,
Yeah.
as usual.
I try. So we're good. If any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm here,
Get out of the room. I'm sure there'll be questions coming your way.
right? Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Jeff.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for listening, Ken.
Was I right? Was it interesting enough to stick around for? Clearly. All right.
I think
If
this is the
exciting
first time in
qualifies
8
exciting
years I've
enough,
had a participant in the audience, so.
You learn something.
I miss those big budget meetings. I like my small budget meetings.
Do we have another beer or not have another beer? All right. So we have an executive session with a couple things on it. So we got to vote to do that, and then we'll try and tackle those. Yeah, were you about to say something? Well, let's go into executive session
All
first.
the
and then
votes to
take
go
it.
in, I'll go make sure all the lights, TV, camera are killed, and I'll come back.
Yeah, and then we'll take like a 2-minute bio break. So we've got to consider action relative to an executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 4056C pertaining to a real estate matter and 1 MRSA Section 4056A pertaining to a personnel matter. So I move that the town council enter executive session.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence, Councilor Fournier,
Yes.
Councilor Lawrence,
Yes.
Councilor Bradley,
Yes.
Councilor Egan,
Yes.
Councilor Pilcher votes yes, Councilor Pillsbury
Aye.
also votes yes. So we are in executive session.
We're gonna put Matt on phone, because we're gonna kill Zoom.
That's fine. Can I
can't control access, but.
Can I just zoom in from mine so you can see us? Okay. Matt, I'll send you a Zoom link.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, drive safe. We plowed the walkway like 3 times since we've been here.
It's that inch every 3 hours junk. It's not really heavy. It's just